songs I used to sing play on the radio. The catchy choruses are all I know. I used to write my feelings every day. Now as I get older, there's not much to say. Silently it creeps up close. I find myself alone. Quietly I shut the doors in fear of what's unknown. All I do is breathe, sink into the emptiness. Orange summer breeze, the unlived experience. All I do is idle thoughts of growing up been on my mind. Dreams and bills and what I want to leave behind. Loved ones looking smaller with each passing year. See them less and less until they disappear. TV에 아이돌을 봤어. Fresh faces 불안해졌어. Time passing mental graffiti. We're obsessed with making the most. I didn't feeling invalid. But not a future nostalgic. 여전히 rise to the challenge. Keep on fighting, do it or don't. All I do is breathe, sink into the emptiness. Orange summer breeze, the unlived experience. All I do is must be some kind of phase I'm going through. Your eyes look tired. I draw those lines scrabbled over my face. What's wrong with you? Where's the desire to shove and climb an incandescent path? You made it inky black, trying to make the best out of this blue.
Hi. Hello, hello. It is a Skyrim song. It is. It's the Dragonborn song. But like lo-fi. You're welcome. Alright, let me scroll up here before we get to chats. I didn't stop it, I just turned it down. It was still there, and then it ended. I turned it down and then it ended. It's just the poor timing. Quince, congrats on first. I hope you're doing well. Thank you for Daily Fish. Soju, congrats on early. Thank you for Daily Fish. I hope you're doing well. Wonder, I hope you're doing well. Thank you for Daily Fish and Hydrate. All of your dailies. I hope you're doing well. Hi CG, hope you're doing well. Hi too. Thank you for Daily Fish and Taxes. I hope you're doing well today. Oh no, you thought I started in an hour? Oh no. Please. Y'all are so funny about fighting over first. Congrats on early, River. And thank you for Daily Fish. Congrats on early, CG. Not Soju, just snitching. So funny. It's so funny. Oh, the lick. Oh, thank you. Thanks. You like my bun? I didn't feel like dealing with my hair today. This is my normal hair, actually. Like, I usually have it in a bun. Though I do have a migraine that I've been fighting for a few days now. It's supposed to storm like really bad tonight, I guess. So that makes sense why I have a migraine. Because when the pressure comes in from storm fronts, I tend to get migraines. Or like weather changes and stuff. Can't do buns for the life of me. I have to redo them like 10 times. I just kind of throw it up there and hope for the best. I really love having this like rainbow hair right now because I feel like no matter what way I put the bun, there's gonna be like 5 colors showing. I really like that. I think it's cute. Oh, you get them a lot too, CG. Oh, you're definitely not a migraine. You're not. I'm sorry that you get them as well. They suck so bad. They run in my family. You want to bite my hair here? You can have a hold on. Here you go. Open wide. You can have a bite. Got some red there, some purple, some blue. What color you want? You can have a little bite as a treat. As a treat, you can bite my hair. Um. Anyway. Nom nom. Today's guest is the lovely Ebony, they them pronouns. They're a member of the Disabled Content Creators Collective stream team with me. We had to work pretty hard to get captions to work, so please bear with us. Ebony is running on like a tablet and a laptop, so let me know if volumes need to be adjusted, any of that kind of stuff. It used to be a lot worse because you can tell when I had one because my face just went pale. Oh yeah. Migraines are the worst, truly. It's like your whole head is just a pressure valve or something and you can't like release the pressure, you know? It's very stinky. But yes, as always with all of these collabs, I will be talking in chat more so because I don't want to interrupt our guest and anything like that. So if I miss any messages, please know that it's not because I don't want don't want to answer, don't want to chit chat with you as well. And I would try to be very mindful of what you all are saying as well. Mr. Crate really put all the cute pride stuff behind premium. I know. Listen, it's really weird. It's really weird because there's a lot of stuff on Vista now that used to be free that is now locked behind premium. I'm not sure what they did, but I'm not vibing with it. Because there's a lot of stuff that I used to use, I used on like my other graphics that now I can't use because they're under premium. So I'm not really sure what they're doing, but they need to knock it off. I'm tired of the premium only bullshit. Teacher at one point said, "You got a migraine, don't you?" Oh. I'm wishing no migraines on anyone. Your trans pride stuff is in the post office. That's so exciting. I'm glad that yours are very rarely affecting you, River. That's good. I'm very glad. I'm very glad. Also, I don't know what these hairs are doing. Also, I have the blinds open, or well, the curtains open. And if you thought I was pale before, it literally looks like I'm literally just like reflecting bright white. I'm whitewashing myself. Oh, I forgot to turn lurk bait on. That's my bad. Hold on, I'll turn it on right now. I knew I was forgetting something. Some trans stickers, a new shirt, and a blanket. Oh, love the pale pals as a fellow pale. Yeah, I'm very white. When the sun beams on me, it's like getting flashbanged, I feel like. All right. Your fishing is here. I'm gonna move it over here today. You like that comparison, being flashbanged when the sun beams? It's like, you know, Twilight. You know Twilight? Wait, River already knew where I was going. Yeah, I was gonna say it's kind of like this is the skin of a killer, Bella. That's how it was like when the sun reflects off of my skin. I'm turning into Edward Cullen. That's so real. You're gonna piss your grandmother off? Fuck your grandmother. Respectfully, if she's gonna be pissed because you want to represent your identity, she can get fucked. Not in a nice way. You deserve to have things that represent you and be able to show off your identities if you would like to do so. She can get over it. Anyway. Alright, I'm going to undeafen and start our chit chats with Ebony. I think the volume on the music is low enough that it should be fine, hopefully. Hello again.
Hey, hello. Everything working okay?
I'm not seeing your captions again. Uh-oh.
I might have. Should I close it and then like reopen it again?
Yeah, I'll send you a new
'Cause
invite link.
yeah. Okay. All right. All right. How is it now?
Hmm.
I don't see it either.
Oh, I see.
Oh,
There it is.
yeah, there it is.
There it is. It
Okay.
was just
Yeah, it took a
delayed.
second. I was like, oh yeah, hold on, but okay.
Hey, okay. I'm glad everything's working.
Yeah.
Would you like to introduce yourself? Say a little bit about you, what you do, your identities, anything else you would like to tell everybody?
Uh, yeah. Uh, yeah, as Ebony, sorry. I'm an ER nurse. They, them, um, black disabled. What else? What other boxes do I check? uh, part of DC3. Periodic content creator. A few years ago, I was like really active on YouTube. Um, but I took a step back from all of that. Um, community advocate, disability advocate. I think that checks like 80% of the boxes. I'm sure there are other ones
We're
that
checking all the
I just
boxes
yeah,
today.
all the boxes. Yeah. Yeah, I'm sure that checks most of them though. Um, yeah. You can hear me okay? Like sounds coming out okay and everything? Like if
Yeah,
there's
we
an
can
issue
hear
at all,
you.
just let me know and I can make adjustments because like I said, I'm like using my laptop and then also
Mm-hmm.
the tablet too. So um, if I gotta adjust anything, just let me know. So
Yeah, I think you sound good.
all right.
Everyone will let me know if there are
Um,
any issues.
all right.
They're saying thank you for your
Yeah.
service as an ER nurse.
Uh, yeah. It's rough, but I do my best. You know. Um, yeah. Um, okay. Oh yeah, and thank you again, like I said, for putting all this together. Like having like that coordination and doing all of this, like it takes a lot, like a lot of spoons to do. Like
It
you're
does,
reaching out to
yeah.
everybody, you're, you know, this is a whole thing. So like I really I know I said thank you before, but like I really mean it, you know, when I say like thank you, you know, for putting all this together,
Thank
you
you for
know.
being part of it. I'm so glad that so
Um,
many wanted to, hang out and talk all pride things and stuff with me.
yeah,
Excuse me.
yeah, it feels good too, because honestly, like I don't know. I feel like time kind of just was going by so fast. I didn't really
Mm-hmm.
know. Like, I'm like, okay, what am I doing in June? You know, like you know what I mean? Like, it's just, and then
Yeah.
the May is already over, and I'm like, okay, it's already here. I'm like, what am I doing? You know,
I know, it felt like it came so fast, like the blink
so
of an eye,
fast.
truly.
You know, but yeah, but it feels good overall. Last weekend I went to an event with one of my he's not on Twitter anymore. Um, but we went to this event upstate, and it was really great too. Like I definitely give them a lot for accessibility, like with the
Mhm.
bathrooms and the elevator and everything. Um, and not to like go off topic, but like we talk a lot about how like spaces or when people are saying their disability forward, or disability this, like they only mean like to a certain extent, they
Right,
only mean
yeah.
like, oh, like invisible disabilities, right? Or they only mean like, like they're not accommodating for like wheelchair users, right? People with
Mhm.
mobility aids, right? They're not accommodating, like they're not accommodating for all these like different areas of disability, right? They're only
Right.
like so. Um, and it's and I get it, like it's learning curve for everybody, but at the same time, like we can't leave people behind, you know. Um, so yeah, like we were talking about that a lot, like on the drive up there,
Mhm.
and how like it's important, especially like with July, disability pride coming out, and
Yeah.
what it really means, like to be fully disability forward,
Mhm.
um,
And
yeah,
like
so
intersectional as well.
yeah, yes, exactly,
Mhm.
because it's unfortunate, like you have a lot of folks like who like will be very vocal and tell you like this is what their needs are, right? Like because so many things like accessibility needs, right? It's not limited to um what it may look like, right? Like people may say, oh, like if I don't see this, right, like then it's not, like
Mhm.
automatic, then I rule it out, right?
Right.
Or recognizing how a lot of things like can be privileged, right? Like traveling, right? Or just getting around as in general, but like traveling, right? Like I was thinking about that, like talking with like another one of my mutuals, like and like I would see like a lot of folks like talk about or like who have mobility aids talking about like how much of a struggle it is, like literally to travel, right?
Mhm.
Um, and yeah, just like recognizing that there are just like so many like obstacles, like so many ableist obstacles, like everywhere.
Absolutely, yeah.
Um, and like we have a responsibility like to like really push back as much as we can.
Mhm.
You know, um, but yeah, just random stuff. I mean, to like get on a
No,
whole
that's
thing
totally,
there.
we can also, I mean,
Yeah,
we are also disabled, so we can definitely talk about disability stuff. Like next month is Disability Pride Month, so it's definitely on topic as well.
yeah. Um, yeah. So there's that. Yeah, because like I think it's just a lot of folks like really just leave disability behind, or really aren't going into
Yes.
the full scope of what it means,
Mhm.
you know. And there's nothing wrong with like learning, right? Like I'm not against like people taking the time to, do their research, right? Or like listen to disabled people, right? Like listen to them, right? Like it's not hard to do that, you know. I feel like a lot of folks like I don't know if it's like an intimidation thing or like maybe feeling embarrassed, like like yo, like it's okay like to have to learn. Like there's nothing wrong with that, you know.
Yeah. Mhm.
Um, like that's okay. Like I tell people like like if they need things to watch, right? Like Crip Camp is a great documentary, right? Like if you want to start somewhere. Um, Yeah, you know what I mean? So it's like suggesting things that may be helpful, because like you may not always have the spoons to be able to like, talk to somebody, right? And like also like, you don't owe anybody like a whole, you know, like you don't owe anybody like a whole, like 10-part series, right? And like
Right.
explaining what it means, right? You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? Like that's
Mhm.
laborsome too. So it's like,
Yeah, it's a lot of labor to
like
like educate people.
educate people,
Mhm.
so it's like, if you have if you, definitely I'll recommend media, or I'll recommend things to people like, um, so that way like they're able to, okay, I'm gonna look this up for myself, I can see, and
Mhm.
um they don't necessarily have to feel like or I don't necessarily have to feel like, I'm going out of my way or I'm like using all these spoons to do that, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Um yeah, so yeah.
Yeah, there's no shame in learning. I think that like as a society, we've like got so much shame around like being uneducated, and there's no shame in having to learn things. We're all learning every day.
Yeah, yeah. And also just rough, because like everything is like behind paywalls and everything is
Oh
just
God, yeah.
fucking capitalism, right? Like
Uh-huh.
I was gonna use Quizlet the other day, and I'm like, yo, it's not even free no more. You gotta pay for Quizlet now. I'm like,
What?
what? Like
Wait,
what?
really?
Yes, like you
Quizlet's
have
always been
to.
free.
It's always gonna say, I know, but like things like, okay, so I signed up with my email account, right? But
Yeah.
it's like, oh, like, do you want to do like a free trial? I'm like, are you serious? Like Quizlet, like. I'm we're done, like as a society, like like I don't I'm like Quizlet
Oh
not
my
free no more.
gosh.
Like I was like there's no way.
That's so wild to me.
I know it
Quizlet's been
really was.
around
It
like
was
forever, I feel
ridiculous.
like.
So no, I felt like it has too, but it's
Mm-hmm.
like yo, what the heck, you know? Um. So, but yeah, like it's just things being behind paywalls like is really frustrating. And especially like when you want to share resources with people, it's you kind of feel like you're kind of stuck in a way too because you want to be helpful and you want to be supportive, but you know when you don't really have or you can't offer things to people because it's like damn this is stuck here, or oh they may not have access to this. It's like you kind of it could feel like an L,
Right.
um even though you mean well, it can still it still sucks.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
But at the same time, like every effort counts. So I feel like it's also important to remember that like it may not necessarily give you the immediate, not gratification, but like I guess the immediate result you want or the immediate, like result. But at the end of the day, like you sharing one thing with somebody or you, putting that seed in somebody,
Mm-hmm.
that goes a long way.
Absolutely.
Um, so yeah, especially in the hospital too, you know. Um, yeah, it's. Hold on, sorry. I'm like,
Oh, you're fine.
this is giving me like a. Okay, audio's still good, right?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Why is this? Because it's saying like, oh, Discord's saying, oh, we're having trouble picking up your whatever. Okay, that's fine. As long as it's fine, like it's with y'all,
Yeah.
then okay.
Nah,
Yeah, I
Discord
get.
is
I'm
lying. You're totally fine.
like, okay, all right. Yes. All right. But yeah, like I would say, like those are things I've definitely been thinking about for a while. And I think also like because like these past few years, like the whole idea of like disability of pride or pride in general has just kind of just been evolving for me.
Mm-hmm.
Like I think like because one of the first times that I went, like this was like years ago. This is like the main one, like downtown in New York, like the super corporate, like the one where like they have like a whole cop, fucking thing and
Oh
everything.
God,
Sorry,
yeah.
I don't mean to be cursing. Sorry.
No,
Um,
you can curse here. You're fine.
sorry.
I
Some
swear
people
like a
be like,
sailor, so
some people be like, oh, like, no, like you can't be cussing like that, and I'm like, okay, I'm sorry. Like, I'm from New York. What you want me to say? Like, so,
mm-hmm. Nah, you can swear here. Don't
but,
worry.
sorry. But yeah, like, I don't know, I guess like when you want, or you're like when you're looking for a community, it's kind of like you'll kind of, you'll kind of take what you can get to a degree, like not out of
Right.
like you not valuing yourself or what you want, but like you just feel like you need some kind of belonging, and it was just like
Mm-hmm.
really like bad. So I'm like, nah, I don't do that shit no more.
Mm-hmm.
There, but there are a lot of like other demonstrations and a lot of other like marches and things that do cater to multiple marginalization and intersections. Like
Yeah.
not like the ones that like are focused on like the cis, like white muscle gym body gaze. You know what I mean? Like
Oh
not like
God, yeah.
like
Yeah, no,
like
I know what you
I'm
mean
so
for
serious.
sure.
You know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
so serious. So like not
Mm-hmm.
not the and really focusing on like what the core like message is, right?
Mm-hmm.
And like why we're like why it's important, not like for the corporate sponsorships, you know, and like fucking, you know, the Pepsi and Coca-Colas and the Chick-fil-A's, you know, and like all
Ugh.
these companies, like, you know, like
Mm-hmm.
who be sponsoring, you know, which is like, again, like y'all are taking sponsorships from the same, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's like where like the message was lost, like, you know, or I don't know, it was bought or something, I don't know, like one of
Mm-hmm.
those things, because it's like y'all are just like y'all done lost it. So,
Mm-hmm.
but at the same time, it's refreshing to see that there are a lot of folks like, who are like, nah, like, you know, like fuck that, like, you know, we're gonna do our own thing, you know, especially like, you know, when you're leaving out, you know, like race, right, disability, right, like all these things,
Right.
and you know how like these are um a lot of identities that, like, you know, folks carry. It's not just like, okay, like, oh yeah, pride, but no, but it's like it's multiple identities, right? It's not just like the one, or like it's not like, okay, I choose one over the other, you know. No, they exist
Mm-hmm.
all together. um and like celebrating that too, you know.
Yeah.
um yeah, yeah. And I think like remembering that and honoring that has like really been great for me. And also like when you find community who values that as well, um that makes it a lot easier too, with like getting through those celebrations. Because you realize that, oh, like you're not by yourself, right? Even though if it can definitely feel that way.
For sure.
um you know, you're around people who, you know, value you, you know, and um you know, value who you are, value every part of your identity, you know, who are willing to learn with you, right? You don't feel like, you know, you're a burden, you know, you don't feel, you know, so all these things are like so important. Um, yeah. So I'm thankful,
Yeah.
you know.
I'm super thankful for like our
Yeah.
online spaces for sure. Because especially with the
Yeah.
pandemic, it's so hard to like find in-person events that are accessible and like safe.
Ah,
So online communities are a lifesaver, truly.
oh my God, like it's rough, you
Mm-hmm.
know, like trying to find spaces and play, like it's just because you feel like you're isolated, you know, or like when you're asking for accessibility, it's like it feels like it's a fight, you know. Well, actually, no, not even feels like it is a fight, right? Like not even, let's not even reduce it to like, you know, like it is, right? But yeah, like I will say I'm thankful too for a lot of online spaces, you know,
Mm-hmm.
because it's um it's really challenging to put yourself in a place where you're putting yourself in a place where, you know, you're extending yourself, like you're putting yourself in a place of vulnerability, right?
Right.
Because
Mm-hmm.
you're asking for what you need, you know, like you're saying, and like you're looking for you're you're looking for a space like where you feel valued, you know, and where you feel celebrated, you know. And it can be really hard when you don't get that. um you know, when you ask for it, and you know, it's kind of met with, oh, you know, well, we can't wear masks all the time, you know, or are we supposed to wear masks forever? You know what I mean? No, I'm just like, these are our responses, like I've heard, you
Yeah,
know,
I
like,
know.
oh, like, well, what do
Same.
you think? We're supposed to wear masks forever, you know, or we're supposed to like, you know, y'all ain't listening, you
Mm-hmm.
know, like it's just, and it's um and like it really hurts because it's like, you know, like where y'all are saying you're, you know, disability forward space, that, you know, where, you know, all are welcome, you know, like the words are there,
Yep.
but it's like y'all aren't
But then they
meeting
won't
that
mask.
with, they won't yeah, you
Mm-hmm.
know, like, yeah, you know, like they won't have a, you know, like a ramp or an elevator. And guys, like I said, I know these are things that like some places like they just can't have, but like if you're gonna like choose a venue for something, you know, or if you're gonna like market something as being, you know, this, then like it should be that, you know. And like if it's a
Absolutely.
problem and people are telling you, like, then you should listen,
Mm-hmm.
you know. Like it's just, it's really annoying when you're at least trying to advocate, you know. And like I said, even if it doesn't necessarily apply to you, like, because you don't have to be someone who uses the mobility aid for advocate for, you know, people who use mobility aids, right? Like I think that's also
Mm-hmm.
important too. A lot of people might think like, you're, as long as you recognize that, like, you're not speaking over people, like, you know what I mean, like, that's important to understand, like, okay, you're not speaking over, then, like, you absolutely, have a responsibility too. Like, if you know that something isn't right, then, like, you can be vocal about it. Like, there's nothing wrong with that. you know if elevator constantly ain't working, which is, especially like in like New York City, like, that be like a lot of places,
Mm-hmm.
like public transit is absolutely like horrible.
Oh yeah. It's so
Like, it's
inaccessible.
so inaccessible. You know, it's the market as, oh, it's just the best place and it's one of the biggest or whatever, but like so much shit don't work. It's just like, it's horrible. Like, um, but yeah, and it's just really disheartening, because it's like
Mm-hmm.
a lot of folks, like, this is everyday things, having to go up and down multiple flights of stairs, like, or like with transit. Like yesterday, like, I got off one of the stops. It's like an overhead, like, it's outside, and like people, like, had to carry their strollers, or people had to carry, like, these things, like, what I'm saying, up and down stairs, and it's like,
Right.
because like one of the elevators went out, well, the only elevator went out, and it's like, but yeah, I want to give money to fucking cops and shit, so
God,
it's
I
okay.
know.
So,
Cops in the military. Every
oh my
time.
god, like,
All of our
fucking
tax money going to more of
uh,
that when
no,
we
like,
have
for
like
real,
real pressing issues like
real pressing
houselessness
issues.
and.
Fucking Eric Adams, like,
Mm-hmm.
I swear, like, this man needs to, like, I cannot fucking stand him. I was like, I don't think anyone likes him. Like, he needs to fucking go. Like, I swear, Um, but yeah, I mean, I guess like for you, like, I don't, like, what is, I guess, like, over the past, like, I guess, couple years, has like the meaning of like pride, like, changed for you, or like has it evolved at all? Like, um, like what does it mean for you now? I guess, compared to, like, I don't know. I guess, like, in the past.
Um, I guess I'm definitely more uh the more like pressing things I want to celebrate in like Pride now are like liberation and
Mm,
remembering the reason that we even have Pride in the first place, which is, riots and fighting for our rights that are still being taken away, like to this day. And there's still so many countries where it's still illegal to be gay or to be trans.
yeah.
Um, and I feel like so many like Pride celebrations are all about, like the rainbow capitalism. And
Yeah.
we were talking yesterday actually about how many like Pride events like in person are so centered around alcohol. And I really don't like that because there's so many of us that either don't drink or, can't drink or too young, like teenagers. And for whatever reason, like we need more accessibility for everyone and like a full, like accepting Pride. And we need better disability accessibility
Yeah.
and less cops. No cops.
Yeah. None.
No
Zero.
cops at Pride. Stop with the
Yeah.
biphobia.
Yeah. Yeah.
Stop with the ace phobia.
Yeah. We can't go one day. Like,
We
we can't go
can't. It
one
was
day.
day one
Not
of
one
Pride. We
day.
were already having bi discourse again.
Again, like,
Again.
like, just give us the month, like, please.
Please,
You
can
know,
we get 1 month? You are supposed to be just
like, oh
nice
my
and
god, like,
accepting all month, please. We can't even have
oh my
one
god, I
week.
can't. You can't, literally, like, oh my god. Yeah, like, I'm so glad, like, you said that, because it's like,
Mm-hmm.
oh my god, like, that's so spot on.
Mm.
Um, and yeah, like, I absolutely agree. I think, just keeping the framing, it's like, no, like, if we say no cops, like, that's what we mean, no cops. Like, no, oh, okay, like, reduce, like, because, like, you can have, there are ways, like, to keeping safety and, managing community safety without having to involve the state.
Exactly. Like there are
So,
other
like,
ways. We
there
don't
are other
have to have
ways,
cops.
you know. And I also, I agree 100% too, like, about, um sobriety, right? And making spaces for folks that are sober,
Yeah.
you know.
Mm-hmm.
Um You know, 'cause I think that's also something that you know, Jay was talking about the other day too, about how like, you know, where like also like what you just said too, like um how like community and culture is, and again, this is not to speak down or punch down on folks like who do use substances, but it's kind of been like almost in a way defined by it, right? Or like the community is kind of like defined by it, and it's
Right.
like, you know, and like you said, spaces aren't being made for folks like who are sober, right? Or like even accessibility, right? Like I said, like
Mhm.
if you know you do want whole families, right? Like in kids and stuff, like yeah, like you
Yeah.
know you can't have substances, right? Like it's
Mhm.
just like, or there should be a way to like, if you're gonna do that, like you know, it's you know like you know like be intentional about doing these kind of things, because it's like it's it's not inclusive for everybody, you know.
Right. And that's like the
And
whole
also
point of
like
Pride.
it's whole point, you know, yeah, you know, and
Mhm.
like it's possible too, like you know, to um, it's possible to do. I'm not saying it'll be easy, but like I think like you know, if like we're really intentional about it and we take the time to really think about how you know important this is, then like we can make it work.
Yeah.
You know, like I don't think it's impossible.
Oh, definitely
Um,
not.
you know, but it's I feel like for a lot of folks though, you know, like they're you know they're resistant
Mhm.
because like I said, I feel like we're kind of just so like defined, you know, by like substance use, and we're so defined by just it's just so ingrained, you know,
It
and this is like
really
society
is,
as a
yeah.
whole, you know, but like especially like you know like within our own spaces, and
Mhm.
like no, like we can make spaces, you know, for folks like who don't use them. We can make spaces, you know, and I will say also as something that you know I can definitely do better with like myself, you know, like being inclusive of it, because it's like if we're gonna talk about how like you know like sensory and like smells, right? How those kind of things like are accessibility issues too, right? Like having being mindful of like fragrances or certain you know aromas, right? Can
Yeah.
also be you know then and that also extends to that too, you
Yeah.
know.
Definitely.
Um, like they all go together. It's definitely something I know like folks you know do push back on, and I understand rightfully so, but at the same time it's like it's for the betterment of everybody. It's not you know like it's not like someone's trying to take something from you. It's like no, we're trying to include everybody,
Right, we're trying to make
you know,
everybody feel like safe and comfortable and included.
included, you know,
Mhm.
don't feel like they have to be you know put in the back, you know, or left behind, you know, or like have to go through like a dark alley to get to a wheelchair ramp. You know what I mean? Like, which
Right.
a
Oh my
lot of
gosh,
people do like
yeah.
that. You know, like
Mhm.
I mean, I saw like a Instagram reel the other day. I mean, I laugh. I mean, I guess the like because like the creator they were a wheelchair user, and they're like, I get it. Like, basically they used because like you know how like Batman's parents died, like they got shot in the alley and died. They like used that like from I think one of the movies, and
Mhm.
they were like going through the alley, and they were like the
My god.
caption was like when you're trying to get to the ramp, and it's like, I mean it was funny, but like I get it, like
Right.
it's like you like why do I have to go through like you know like
Yeah.
I have to go through like
Like why
honestly an
why
alley.
is that even a
So,
thing?
another thing, you know. So I was like, I got laugh. So I got it, like that's because I guess like the point was like to spark humor, but like also like
Mhm.
why do I have to go through like a whole like fucking like you know long like alley like to get there, you know? Um, yeah, I don't know. I'm just like I just thought of that randomly because it's like I don't know. I was like scrolling at like 3 a.m. and I'm just like, oh my god, this is so hilarious. But like I also like I felt bad too, like you know,
Yeah.
because but I get
It's
like, you know
funny,
I
but
do
it's
like
sad because it's
it's
like it's
sad,
really
yeah.
happening.
Like but I do appreciate like how like they were like using humor, like they were sparking
Mhm.
that, and they were like you know to like to get that going. Um, but yeah, like you know, especially like in this heat too and everything, like I think a lot of folks can definitely do better. And especially like you know when like you're listening to people and like you're hearing the fact that so many things like aren't done, you know, or people will say that they're willing to be inclusive, but you know they really don't make the attempt,
Yeah.
or like they will say, like, oh, like we'll try, this, but it's like I was saying before, like, oh, we can't mask forever, things like that, and it's like, every effort isn't gonna be met the way you want it to. Like, I'm not gonna lie,
Yeah.
and I will say, like, it does suck, like when you run into those roadblocks, and it can
Mhm.
feel like, you're giving it your all, and like um nothing's working, but just know that like you're doing the right thing, you know.
Absolutely, yeah.
It's just I hate though that it's sometimes I feel like I guess I expect a no, or like I expect a
Mhm.
negative response,
Yeah.
even though like I shouldn't, but like it just sucks though, because I feel like it's just you know yeah um and it just drains you of spoons,
Oh,
because like
absolutely.
you
Oh my
feel like
gosh.
it
It's
says
so draining.
I just and I hate feeling like I'm doing my best, but like it's not met with like the result that I want.
Yeah.
Um
It can be very
like for
disheartening for sure.
hardening, especially like when I'm at like at work, or or if like I'm doing community stuff, you
Mhm.
know. But at the same time, I recognize that every effort is important, you know. Um
Yes.
and it doesn't always feel that way, but like I celebrate the wins when I can,
Mhm.
and I think like that's also important too. Like recognize like, you know, we can celebrate ourselves, like, and don't need to necessarily feel like because something didn't go the way we wanted, or something may not have like been like a win or a W, that like it's not worthy of celebrating the fact that like no, you put all your effort in, you know.
Yeah.
Um, and I think like, 'cause I think about like like go applying to grad school and all this stuff, right? It's like the first time like I only got into one program, but it's not really the one that I wanted, and like I felt like shit, because I'm just like, damn, like I had to write these essays and put I had to basically like put myself on display, right, for these institutions to like
Mhm.
read these like super like vulnerable parts of me, and like only for them to say no.
Oh,
You know,
yeah.
and so it's like
Mhm.
yeah, like that shit hurts, like, and you feel like, like you're opening like all these different parts of yourself, or whatever parts of yourself you are, like, to literally these strangers, these institutions, like, who are basically like judging you off of like all these things. So it's like, like, um yeah, it's just like kind of in a way low key like synonymous with like dating and stuff too. But I mean that's a whole different conversation. But like yeah, I mean I will say that it's at the same time I'm thankful that I was able to reapply and like do the second round, because I'm seeing like a lot of these institutions' responses with like student protests and encampments,
Right.
and with that I applied to, and I'm just like, yeah, no, it's not gonna like, and I'm like, yeah,
Mhm.
like, you know what I mean? So it's like,
Yeah.
in a way, it's like, like, no, like this is like an awakening, right? This is a wake up. So
Mhm.
it's and you also see too, like, or like a lot of folks, like are talking about like safety at encampments, right? And like, COVID safety, right? And all these things.
Mhm.
Um and just like COVID is consciousness too, right? Like COVID consciousness.
Yeah.
So yeah, I do think like it was really nice to see that people were, extending COVID consciousness to like encampments as well.
Yeah, it was so like
Um,
refreshing to see so many
yeah,
masked
like
students.
that's and also like for safety too, like
Mhm.
for state, like state,
Yeah,
surveillance,
surveillance.
like
Yeah.
safety, right? Like
Mhm.
I can't tell you like the amount of like actions that I've been to where like like state is like stepping up like their surveillance, like they got drones, they got helicopters, like they have like all this shit, and it's
Mhm.
like, no, like cover y'all damn faces, like it's just it's in the way that the state can just like collect your biometric data like so easily,
Yes. Oh my, it's
and it's
like
like this is
terrifying. Why wouldn't you want to wear a
terrifying.
mask?
It's so scary. It's so
It's so
scary.
scary.
It's
Yeah.
like I mean they already got my fingerprints because of my job. So it's like it's not like
Mhm.
I'm kind of cooked already, but like it's I don't know. I be thinking sometimes like about like oh like what if like like they be like they're just like taking all of our biometric data and like just like be trying to clone people or something. I don't know. Like maybe again, maybe
I
my
mean,
brain
it's
be
a
going to too
valid
much too
fear.
sci-fi. Like I be thinking too much because like I said, maybe I watch too much science fiction. But like I be thinking like
Yeah.
like what if like there's like a, like after I watched like they clone Tyrone like on and I saw it last year. Yeah, I'm like like what if like they have like these labs like just like hiding in plain sight and they're doing all this like random shit to people like and anyway
Yeah. No, I
um
mean, it's a valid
you know
fear.
it's not fair, because every think I'm like
Yeah.
cause
You never
it's
know.
like so many and like I be seeing every other day I be getting emails, oh, data breach, data breach, data breach, and I'm like, damn, who be stealing my shit? Like I'm just like, oh, like
Yeah.
if you had Chase Bank, your data might have. I'm like, so like they have my money and now like my fucking data got stolen by some random ass hackers or some shit. Like, mind you, they can't even fucking hack fucking federal student aid and like get rid of my loans and shit. Like, y'all need to
All right,
prioritize what's
like,
important.
can we get a
You know,
priorities straight, please?
it's already
Can you
straight.
hack the right
Like
things?
the right things. Like wipe that. If you're
Yeah.
gonna hack a hospital or some shit, like wipe that medical debt. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like other people, like why, like
Please.
you know what I'm saying? Like like hack the Federal Reserve, like get people's mortgages, like like all covered. You know what I'm saying? Like get rid of that. Like y'all have the priorities wrong.
Yeah.
Like trying to scam people. Like no, like y'all have the skills. Like do some Mr. Robot type shit. Like wipe that shit clean. Like
Yeah.
like that should be annoying every time I be seeing that. I'm like, yo, I know y'all know better. Like, come on now. Like,
Mhm.
um, yeah, though. But yeah, I will say like it kind of is like terrifying though. And just how much like it's like asked of you. I feel like every day, like whether it's like on my phone, if I download a new app, or like if um I'm doing something that require like I'm signing up for, and it says, okay, like, will you give us permission to do X, Y, and Z? Will you give us permission to do this? And I'm just like, yo, this shit. It's just like the data accessibility is like it's really terrifying,
It
you
really
know.
is, yes.
Um, and as much as like you try to be protective, you try to be safe. It's just like, um, there's so much out there, that like is just capturing it, and
Mhm.
like you have these cities and states. I think it was like trying to remember. I think it was like Atlanta or like one city was like they were trying to ban like ski masks or
Yeah.
not ski masks, like medical masks, like in
Yes, I
public.
saw
They
that.
were trying. You saw that, right? So and
Mhm.
I'm just like, I honestly like again, I won't say I was surprised like to a degree because but at the same time like I wasn't like it was like a both because I'm
Right.
just like look at the way like the government's been handling like COVID, right? The way
Mhm.
fucking Biden handled this shit,
Ugh.
and like because like this is still ongoing, right? It's like it's not like it's ended. Like no, like we're
Right,
still going through this
exactly.
shit. Um, like look at the way like he handled this shit,
Mhm.
and it's like I'm supposed to believe like it's just this is like I don't know, like I'm just like yo, like so you're really about to just be like, oh, you can't have like a mask even like for medical reason, right? Like they're with like the ban that shit, and it's like yo, like I'm like yo, like I'm like what the fuck, like you know what I'm saying? It's just
Yeah.
like I just
Mhm.
I'm I don't know, it's like it scares me, and it really
Mhm.
makes me um I don't know, it just really like makes you second guess like I mean I don't have faith in this system at all, but like it makes me think
True.
and second guess like like a lot of different things, especially with that, like I feel like every day it's something new, and it's just like damn, we can't get a break, and like it's like election coming up, and I'm like wish I don't. Which I was like, I'm not gonna lie, I've been questioning for participating in, and it's like, I mean, I'm not gonna vote either of like those two motherfuckers, but
Oh, hell
like,
no.
I just
Absolutely
like
not.
no, but
Mm-mm.
like I I'm not gonna lie. Sometimes like I go back and forth, you know, and it's just like, you know, like how am I supposed to participate in this? You know, or like what am I supposed to do? You know, I don't,
Yeah.
because like you feel stuck. You know,
Yeah,
like I don't
because we're not
know.
in a democracy. Like people keep trying to say this is a democracy. It's not.
You
We
know,
need to
like
dismantle the whole thing.
I just it's frustrating because
Mhm.
you know you have folks like who be like they be sometimes they be your own people who will tell you like, oh no, you know, we got to do this, like we can't allow, you know, this person to go in, and it's like, no, okay, but like it's the same cycle, you
Yeah.
know, like I'm like, oh, if like, well, we can't allow this person to do this because this is gonna, and I'm like, you know, like, when are we gonna be over that? You know, like,
Mhm.
when are we gonna be over like, well, we can't do this because this person will be allowed to have, and it's like, you know, like when are we gonna stop this whole like, oh, we put this person there because this person is bad. You know what I'm saying? Like they're like the
Mhm.
whole like they're both bad, but like, you know, like, let's just pick this person. You know what I mean? Like
Right, the whole lesser of two evils thing, but they're
lesser of
both
two.
the
Yeah,
same evil, just like
that's what
disguised
I
as
was looking
something
for. Yeah,
else.
that's what I was looking for. Yeah, like the whole lesser
Mhm.
of two, and I'm just like, come on, like yeah, y'all know better than that. Like, and I feel like, you know, like we can do better than that.
We
You
can.
know,
Yeah.
like it's just like, and like we're deserving of that. Like, you know, we're deserving of, you know, candidates in, you know, a system that doesn't have to make us choose, you know, or doesn't have to make us ignore certain parts of our identities, you know, because, you know, this person decided to take money from, you know, whatever corporation or whatever, you know, super PAC or whatever, you know,
Right.
like I I hate feeling kind of like, I guess, helpless in a way, you know,
Mhm.
like I'm, especially like with November coming up, you know, like I don't expect things to change overnight, but like, you know, I'm also in a place where I guess like it kind of gives you hope, like to see tangible change, you know?
Yeah.
Like I feel like sometimes like that does keep you going. Um, and I think reminders of that are like, especially seeing a lot of like Gen Z like organize the way that they have and like really just like take uh not taking shit, you
Mhm.
know, and saying like, no, like, you know, we're gonna walk out, you know, from school, like, you know, like we're gonna like um you know, pull up to these, you know, politicians, you know, private events, you know, we're gonna do all these, like we're not gonna let them rest, you
Yeah, like
know,
oh my god,
and
I love that they're going to like figuring out where they're having dinner and just interrupting them while they're trying to
yeah,
eat.
pull it up.
I love that.
I love that, you know, because
Mhm.
it's just like, I guess I'm like, it's just like, yo, like that's dope, and I'm like,
Mhm. They don't
that gives me
deserve
hope.
rest or peace.
And they don't, nothing, zero,
Mhm.
you know,
Mhm.
like they really don't. Um, and it's just really awesome to see, you know, that they're really taking that. They're like, no, like we're not gonna let them rest. We're not gonna let them like eat, you know, like, and we're
Mhm.
gonna like remind them that like, no, like this is like what they're responsible for, you know. Um, and that, you know, people put them in office, but at the same time, like you're not representing us, you know.
Mhm.
And now like it's just not fair overall.
Absolutely, it's
You
not fair at
know,
all.
like it's this, you know, I want to live my life, you know, like in, not in fear, you know, or and not feeling like I, you know, have to worry about, you know, my rights being violated, you know, or my
Mhm.
rights not feeling like I won't be able to go to the to go to like, you know, the hospital and worry about having the, I'm more worried about having to pay than like, you know, my health condition, right? You
Right.
know, like I'm more worried about like, which I see a lot, you know, a lot of folks like, you know, come and like it's just like they would tell me how like, you know, like, they're not sure, you know, if they can stay because of like money, right? They don't know if they'll be able to, you know, afford, you know, right? And this is like wild, like they're wait like they're in the ER, right? So it's like
Mhm.
it's, and it's, I don't know, it's just like I kind of don't really know what to do sometimes because it's like it's just like this is like so common for so many people, you
Yeah.
know. um you know, I do the best job that I can, you know, and remind them that, like, you know, I'll do what I can, but at the same time, like, I won't act like it doesn't affect me, because it definitely does,
Mm-hmm.
and this is for so many people, and it's definitely draining, even though like I love my job, like at the same time, it's it takes a lot from you,
Yeah, I can imagine. You have people
but
trusting you and like
you know,
unloading onto you.
yeah, and
It's
also
a lot of
remember too that
emotional
like
labor.
it is, but I also remember that like like I think it's also important to remember, like for me, like I try to remind like like newer like doctors and like nurses and whatnot that like okay, end of the day, like you know like I'm a stranger, like right, like you don't know me,
Mm-hmm.
like, and we have a responsibility, um, and it's important for us to be mindful of the fact that like you know yes, like these folks are coming in who don't know us, like like I'm a stranger to them, like they're a stranger to me, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it's important for us to remember that they they're in a very vulnerable place,
Right.
and we have a responsibility to make sure that we're making them feel okay, and that we're making them feel safe, and protected,
Mm-hmm.
and so that they can get through that visit just a little bit easier, you
Yeah.
know? Um, because I feel like a lot of times there's this, I don't know, there's this kind of like, I don't know if it's pride or like this kind of like abuse of power. Like, I don't know like what to call it, but like this, where, you're not recognizing the amount of power that you have,
Mm.
over somebody.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and people may not necessarily want to speak to you, or may not necessarily want to talk to you, or may not necessarily want to share things, and it has nothing to do with you. It's like, I know I'm a stranger to this person. I don't know, what previous experiences are. Like they may have had some like really bad experiences. I know I have, right? Like
Yeah.
I
Mm-hmm.
know I've had some really shitty experiences, like with the healthcare system, and
Same. Mm-hmm.
it's what I'm saying. So I'm thankful for my primary care provider though. Like she's amazing. Like
Mm-hmm.
I'm real thankful for her. Because like she fights for me, and like she looks after me, and I'm thankful for her. But I know a lot of folks don't have that,
Yeah.
and I know I've definitely delayed going to see a specialist, or I've definitely delayed going to see whoever I need to see, um, because I was just really um hesitant to have to see somebody that I knew would probably wouldn't address me the way that I need to be, or like even if like I advocated for myself, they probably still they would ignore that, which has
Right.
happened.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and yeah, that shit makes me like not. It makes me like not want to go, even though I know these things are important.
Yeah. I
It
definitely
makes me
understand that.
like,
Yeah.
you understand that,
Mm-hmm.
um, like it takes a lot out of you, like I
Mm-hmm.
know that like my PCP, like if he writes the referral letter for me, like I know, all right, I'm gonna have to go see this person, but at the same time it's like, why can't I just go to you for this? You know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
it's just
Yeah.
like, because I know like she'll like, but I know like she's only primary care. I know like
Mm-hmm.
she can only do so much, you
Right.
know. um I wish she could do more, but I know she can't.
Yeah.
You
Especially
know
when
what
you
I
find a
mean?
good one, you're like, I just want you to do everything for me, please.
Yeah,
It's so hard to find a good like provider.
like who will be able to give you what you need,
Mm-hmm.
and you don't have to feel like, yeah, you don't feel like you're a burden, you don't feel like
Yeah.
you constantly have to, you know, you don't feel like you constantly have to, what's the word, like speak up. I mean, like, don't get me wrong, like advocating yourself is important, right? But at the same
Right.
time, like, you don't feel like you don't feel like you're in a place where you're like kind of backed into a corner, right?
Mhm.
Um, and like you're constantly have to explain, constantly have to explain, constantly have to explain.
Mhm.
Like I know I definitely try to encourage a lot of the patients that come in. Like no, like if you have questions, like that's okay. Like if you have somebody like who's there with them, right, who asks questions. Like I try to like let my coworkers know, like look, like at the end of the day, like I know it can be hard, but like we have to be patient.
Yeah.
Like people are gonna have questions. People aren't gonna know like what things are, or people like folks who know like their bodies, right, or folks like who know, um, how like their bodies work. Like no, okay, like maybe let's try and listen and not automatically assume that they're trying to make things like. And I don't know. I always find it weird. Like they'll some coworkers will think like, oh, they're trying to make it like more difficult, or they're like, no, like they're trying to make it easier. Like they're trying to tell you what they need, and they're trying to tell you like, okay, this is what works, this is what doesn't. Like like I don't know. Like I don't know like why they're trying to make anything like harder. Like especially having to be like in a place where you're already super vulnerable. And like so mind you, like, and you have to basically exposing yourself, right? Because like a lot of these hospitals, like people don't be masking, and it's
Yep.
like
Mhm.
I just like I just be. I mean, at the same time, like I wish I could say I was shocked, but also it's like
Right. I
not really,
mean, you know,
I'm like,
it's disappointing, but it's not really
it's surprising.
surprising.
It's
Yeah.
real surprising,
Mhm.
because I'm like, y'all know better, like, and it's just weird, like the way like folks will like talk about um their having been exposed to this, or having, oh, I've had multiple infections, this whatever. And I'm like, no, like you're a victim, like that's not okay. Like why
Right.
do
I
you
don't
feel
know
like
why
that's
people
something to
are
like
so okay with being constantly sick and saying, "Well, I've
constantly
had COVID
sick?
5 times." Why are you like
Like going like
broadcasting that so
no, like,
proudly?
you so proudly, and I'm just like, it's just I don't like, or I don't know, like this eagerness to like quote unquote like return to normalcy, like quote
Oh
unquote,
god, yeah.
like just like, oh, normal, normal, and I'm like, well, what does that even mean?
There's no
Like
normal to get back to.
like I really be thinking sometimes, like, or like every time I hear that, I just be like, like, okay, like, well, what do you mean by that? Like,
Mhm.
like you always like you keep saying, oh, like you keep saying, oh, return to normal, but like, what do you really mean by return to normal? Like, I think like are you so like eager to like just participate in capitalism? Like, is that what you mean? Like, by
Right.
return to normal, you mean like,
Mhm.
like what exactly like do you mean? Like I don't know. Like, um, I just wonder. I know I'm not like I know I want capitalism to go. Like,
Yeah, get it
like
out of here.
I know like capitalism like really like fucking sucks. Like um. I don't want to be a part of this shit. Like, I'm not eager
Mhm.
to like participate in it anytime, but I don't know. I feel like it's like so ingrained in us,
Yeah.
as society. And we're kind of just so quick to like be like, oh, like I need to, not I need to, but like we're so quick to I guess want to participate, and want to feel like we're quote unquote contributing to society, and
Right.
all these things.
Mhm.
So that we're sacrificing a lot,
Yeah.
like literally our health,
Literally our health and our safety. Mhm.
or it's other people that are doing it and making it
Mhm.
unsafe, like um, next week is on Sunday. Like I'm going to Brooklyn Comic Con. This is the first convention that I'm going to in 4 years,
Mhm.
because I've just been so hesitant,
Right.
and like, and I mean, I'm anxious too, but at the same time, it's like this is something that I enjoy, and like
Yeah,
I
and you
want to do
deserve
it,
to do things that you enjoy.
enjoy,
Mhm.
it's just hard though, because like I'm just like I know there's no like mask requirements. I know like it's just, but at the same time, I know like it's a smaller event, so I know like there won't be as many people. I know, you know what I mean. So I'm like, I have to like plan and you know when I'm doing these things, like, cause I do want to do certain things like bigger conventions, right? But I also know like 95% of people like ain't gonna be masking. So you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Um, so it's like that's something I'm mindful too, and it sucks because it's like I do want to go to concerts, right? Like like, I want to see Meg Thee Stallion. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Like I wanted to
Yeah,
see
for
her on tour,
sure.
but like when she was here, but also like I mean, it's just
Mhm.
you know what I mean. So it's just like
Yeah.
so I don't know. Um, it's just challenging, when like you
Mhm.
have these so many these things that like you enjoy, and
Yeah.
give you joy, right? But
Mhm.
also you kind of gotta put them on hold, or you gotta like really you gotta navigate them with so much caution because other people aren't taking that same caution.
Yep, exactly. You have to take like precaution for 5 people
I feel,
just for yourself.
for yourself,
Mhm.
and I know like you can't mitigate everything, like you can
Right.
only do what you can control. Um, and I recognize that too,
Mhm.
and I think like that's also like empowering too. It's like no, like I'll also do what I can, but also like I know like okay, like I'll also like I'll carry extra masks with me, and like I'll let folks know like, okay, like if you need one, like I have them, you
Yeah.
know,
Mhm.
because like I don't know, maybe like sometimes that like little encouragement is needed. Sometimes like people see you like or then if they know okay you have extra like, okay like, can I get one? That's when people like you know what I mean? Like that's like I always like carry like a few extra with me, like wherever I go, because it's like sometimes like people will ask you, and they'll say, you know what I mean? So it's like, and
Mhm.
even if it's one person, like that does a lot. Even if it's one person, you know what I
Yeah,
mean?
even
So
just one
like
more person masking is still that's a lot.
it's a lot,
Mhm.
So yeah, and I think sometimes like folks can be intimidated, and they can feel like, oh well, no one else is doing it, so it's like, and again, like,
Mhm.
it doesn't matter what age you are. Like you can be like a grown ass person and still feel like that pressure, like because of like, oh, well, no one else is doing it, so I'm like, why should I? But then at the same
Yeah.
time, it's like it's even like if you know that like it's you're jeopardizing your health, you're jeopardizing like these things like with if you have like a social circle where people are doing things a certain way and you're the one that's not, it's like it can feel isolating, you
Absolutely,
know,
yeah.
you know, um, and it's hard to either have to say no to things or to have to like end those relationships.
Mhm.
'Cause I know like I mean I've had to myself like end relationships like with people and like
Yeah, same
um
here. I've had to end friendships
and
because of it.
and it's just like I and it hurts too because like these may have been people that like you've known for X amount of time
Mhm.
um and you're part of you I guess for me like part of me kind of doesn't want to let it go, but at the same time like I recognize that like nothing's changing,
Yeah.
even with like all that I've done, and that's okay. Like like it's just if that's just the way things end, that's the way things end. Like you know, um, it doesn't take away from the relationship that you had with somebody.
Right.
Um, but I think moving forward, it's important that I am really transparent with things that like are important to me.
Yeah.
Um, because it's really easy. Because I'm not gonna lie, like there are times like it's really easy to um kind of put things to the side or like move things back in terms of priorities, like in the name of like looking for socialization, looking for community, like in person, right? Like not
Mhm.
online. So it's real easy to feel like that, like 'cause, like you want to feel like included, but at the same time, like that it's not worth the risk, right? It's not worth like sacrificing like all these things, and it's really helpful to know that a lot of like communities that like I've been able to be a part of, uh, online have like really been helping, especially these past few years, because it's really been a challenge to just honestly talk to people like who know and understand that y'all are in the same place and who care, right? Who genuinely
Mm-hmm.
care and who are genuinely trying to um, look out for themselves and also community too, even though they're met with pushback, whether it's from relatives or people that are around them, people that they live with, right? Like um, there are people, folks who I know, like their living situation, like it's a struggle because they have folks like who are just going in and out, and like not really prioritizing like any kind of COVID consciousness. So um, I will say, like, I'm thankful for like DC3. I'm
Oh
thankful
gosh, me
for
too.
like you know
Mm-hmm.
one of my mutuals before. I don't think they're on Twitter. I don't think she's on Twitter anymore. Pearl. She created like a whole COVID solidarity Discord too. Um, and I'm really thankful for that too. Like I'm in and out of there, but I'm thankful for that too because like there's like so many folks who like um understand, and like who are sharing the similar or the same experiences, right? So um you don't have to feel like you're by yourself. You don't have to feel like, oh, I'm the only person, in this whole, my whole friend group, or I'm the only person in my job, or I'm the only person, like who's, you know, um, and I feel like we're so deserving of community that values us, and
Yes.
I feel like I don't know if you've watched. Have you watched X-Men 97? I don't know if you watched it on
I don't
Disney
think
Plus.
so. Oh no, I
X-Men
don't have
97.
Disney because it's
I know
boycotted.
that's well, that's fine too. Like I mean, because I watched like on the third party site, but
Oh yeah.
it's streaming on Disney Plus. Like, I don't know if you had it, but it's just like
Mm-mm.
Magneto. Like you talk about like or like are you familiar with like X-Men? Like like
Yeah.
X-Men, yeah. So it's like
Mm-hmm.
Magneto. Like he would talk about how like like tolerance is like not acceptance, right? Like it's not like, and like we can't settle for tolerance, right? And
Yeah.
it's like um I'm sorry not to go on a rant, but like I'm sorry, but like I cannot fucking stand Charles. I'm so tired of Charles Xavier. I'm sorry, I cannot stand him. Like he's just like and it's like I like get what he wants to do in his mission, but it's like
Mm-hmm.
yo, like he's like such like he's so fake, and I hate it. Like I hate the fact that like he's literally sacrificing his students, and
Mm.
then like it's like low key like mind you, I had a discussion like with some people in Discord like 2 days ago about this. So like I'm still kind of heated, right? So
Right.
like no, it's fine because like yo, he's like sacrificing his students in the name of protecting humanity, which I get he wants to do, but it's like, yo, you're throwing them into like the literally like the fucking fire.
No, yeah.
Like you know what I'm saying? Like
Literally,
literally,
yeah.
like you're literally, and like he's like raising child soldiers low key, like from birth. At least like Magneto, he's straight up telling you, you know what, we gonna fight for each other. I'm gonna teach y'all how to fight. You know what I'm saying? Like this is what we are. He wasn't trying to bullshit nobody.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like I could not stand like that. But like Charles, he was trying to front so hard, and I cannot stand him. Like I'm like, like I cannot stand. I'm sorry. He
No,
be
you're
pissing me
fine.
off. Charles
I
be
love when
pissing me
people
off.
vent and rant about like their interests. It's so I love it.
But like Charles be pissing me off, and I'm sorry,
Mm-hmm.
but like it's just like 'cause so many characters died, and I'm just like, yo, like Charles. Yo, Charles is a bitch. I'm sorry. He's a bitch. Like, I'm just, like, I cannot stand him. Like, I'm with Magneto all the way. Like, he
Oh,
tried it
definitely.
Charles's way. Like,
Yeah.
he's like, yo, Charles, I tried to do it your way. I tried being diplomatic. I tried, like doing this with them. I tried. Shit don't work. More of them died. And it's like, yo, like, we can't do this no more. And it's like, simply like fighting for tolerance. It's not like, until what? Until we're all dead?
Literally.
Like it's
Yeah.
just like until like they kill us all. Like, yeah, I'm telling you, it's just that shit really made me mad. You know, but at the same time, like I said, like going back to what I was saying before, like I think it's empowering to know that like you have folks when you surround yourself with people who genuinely care for you. and it's not like you don't have to feel like you're fighting for them to tolerate you. You're fighting for them to do the bare minimum. If anything,
Right.
right?
Yeah.
Um, because these are folks who share similar experiences, and understand that um, it's hard, but you're not alone.
Yeah,
And like they're willing
absolutely.
to stand with, they're willing to to side with you, um, especially when you're immediately around folks like who aren't doing that.
Mm-hmm.
Um, it's yeah. I'll say yeah. If I didn't to go off like that, it's just
No,
like
you're
that shit made me so mad. Like I'm just like I think about that like just
mm-hmm.
like so much, and I'm just like I cannot stand Charles. Like I fucking hate him. Like I really cannot stand him. You know. But but yeah. And I think like yeah, like taking time to celebrate. Like I said, your interests and like what you enjoy.
Yeah,
Those things are important too.
absolutely, yeah.
You know.
You have to balance, because if
Balance.
you're only doing like, say, like activism and advocacy and stuff, and you're not taking the time to take care of yourself as well, then you're just gonna burn
Mm.
out, and then you're no good to anybody.
Anybody. Yeah. So it's why
Mm.
I'm like like. I was really thinking a lot about this year. I'm like, okay, I want to go to conventions again. I know I want to,
Yeah.
even though it's hard, like I miss going to conventions. Like I really do. Like I miss cosplaying.
Yeah.
Like I really do. Like it's something I enjoy, and it's like I hate the fact that. I mean, I know like why I had to take a break from cons, but at the same time, it's like
Mm-hmm.
it's just like like it's frustrating when like I said, you have something that you really enjoy and like what gives you joy, and you gotta feel like you gotta pause it, um yeah, um that feeling just is just really frustrating. It hurts a lot,
Yeah.
you know but I'm excited, like and I think there are gonna be a lot of like great folks there, people there. um
Good. I hope
some
you
of the
have a
voice
good
actors
time.
are gonna be there too from X-Men. Yeah, I'm excited. Some of the X-Men voice actors are gonna be there, which is gonna be awesome. So it's like yeah, I'm looking forward to it a lot. I feel good about it too.
Good.
You know, um, yeah, I feel really good about it. And I think like, like we deserve, to be able to have fun and enjoy ourselves, right? Like,
Yeah.
granted, like
Absolutely.
it's not easy to, especially like like when you're trying to be mindful of, and take all these precautions.
Mm-hmm.
But I think it's worth it in the end. You know,
Yeah.
um, especially finding community and people like who do the same and
Mm-hmm.
are willing to listen to you and be like, oh, like what, maybe like we should be masking, or maybe like like these are things that we should be practicing. You know,
Right.
um, because like I was saying before, even if it's like that one person that you're talking to or that one person, um, who's willing to listen and is willing to be like, all right, you know what, like maybe I can do better, with this, then that goes a long way.
Mm-hmm.
Um, so yeah, overall, I'm looking forward to it. Because I feel like I've just been like kind of just binging shows and like yeah, which is fun too. Like I don't think
Yeah.
binging shows is bad, but like I feel like I've just been wanting, like to do things like IRL,
Mm-hmm.
you know. Um, yeah, that's one thing I will say. Yeah. So I don't know. Do you like doing? I don't know. Like I guess like what has been like giving you like excitement, like enjoy, or like anything like you're looking forward to, or like.
Um, I mean, mainly just like streaming and stuff helps me a lot. Gaming. I binge shows too.
Anything in particular? Like been kind of like you've been kind of
I've
stuck on?
been I just finished rewatching The Fosters. I don't know if you've seen The
Oh, it was
Fosters.
on ABC Family.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I heard of the show. I was like, okay, all
Yeah.
right, yeah,
I just finished rewatching that,
yeah.
and now I'm watching the the follow-up series. which
Okay.
follows like the two of the kids as they're adults now.
Oh, okay.
So I've just
It's
been
funny
doing
because
that. I like
actually,
drama shows a lot.
no, I was gonna say like last year actually,
Mhm.
I rewatched Kyle X Y. I don't know if you remember that show,
Oh my
and
god, yes, with his no belly button. I remember.
yes, I rewatched that, and
Mhm.
um, what other show that I watched? No, I restarted Gilmore Girls, so I haven't finished it.
I
So,
love Gilmore Girls.
but
That's one of my favorite shows. Yeah.
it's like yeah, like it's random shit, you know.
Mhm.
Yeah. Oh, and I want to rewatch Lincoln Heights too. Um,
Oh
but like it's
yeah.
like
Mhm.
even though like the dad was a cop, I'm just like but like
Yeah. I mean, one
that's
of the
like
in the Fosters, one of the moms is a cop
as a
for most
cop.
of the
Oh
show too,
dude,
and I'm like,
I'm just like,
can you
and I
not
hate that I'm
maybe?
like no, and it's like I think as I'm getting older, I'm seeing like there's so much propaganda like
There
and like so
is.
there's
Yeah.
somewhere everywhere, you know, and I'm
Mhm.
just like propaganda everywhere. I'm just like
Mm.
I'm like why do we need that? Like like um 'cause like someone was talking about how like oh like even like on like a lot of like 90s shows like Fresh Prince and Family Matters like okay like Uncle Phil he's a lawyer right like a criminal lawyer and
Mhm.
like Family Matters like the dad's a cop right and it's like it's just
Yeah.
even though like one show I really like now 911 but I
Mm.
love I mostly watch it for Hen and like cause like her and her wife are amazing like they're like this black lesbian couple but
I love that.
I know, but like, Angela Bassett, she plays a cop, and it's
Mhm.
like, and it's like,
There's like no getting away from
like,
it.
there's not gonna answer that, and and I will say I low key do feel like, cause I was somebody who like years ago I watched a lot of SVU, I was like huge on SVU,
Oh, I've seen
um.
so much SVU too. Yeah.
Like I was convinced like oh my god cops are amazing like oh my like they're just like how they are in the show and all this shit like
Mm.
and, like that's an indoctrination like
Yep.
like you believe that like
Mhm.
but like no that's not like no cops are like fucking like they're no they need to like be abolished like no they are
Absolutely
not
abolishment for sure.
like and also like even on the show like they were like trampling on so many people's civil rights like it was horrible
Mhm.
so
Yeah.
like so I'm just like no like these are not people worth celebrating
Mm-mm.
you know um but yeah I think it it does feel good though like I said to watch certain things that like growing up like did give me happiness and did give
Yeah.
me joy you know I think like those are things that I miss and like you said it can be a challenge. I think like when you're older, sometimes I guess I think for a while I felt like I had to give up certain things, or I felt like I had to you know, I felt like oh because I'm older, like I have to like oh these are like I guess like quote unquote kid things, right? These are like
Right.
aren't for but I'm like no, like I can cosplay like and I can like watch
Absolutely.
whatever I want to watch,
Yeah.
I don't
Yeah.
have to feel like I don't have to feel like I can't do something because like I'm like turning a certain age. I'm like
Right.
no.
There's not an
Like
age limit on like your interests.
yeah. I'm like who said that? Like who made that shit up? Like like who made that fucking rule? Like who made that shit
Mhm.
up? You know. And, like you want to enjoy shit, like you can enjoy shit.
Yeah.
And just why like I was curious. I'm like oh like like what have you been watching? Like what's been giving you happiness? What's been giving you joy? Um. Because I feel like especially like with not really doing much outside of like like organizing stuff and like work
Mm.
it's like damn I'm um it can kind of feel like I don't really I guess like I had to kind of rediscover my identity like
Yeah.
outside of like organizing and outside of like work right
Mhm.
um because I feel like a lot of times like that kind of like consumes you and
Yeah.
you feel like your like identity wraps around it
Mhm.
you know and I know that it doesn't, but I feel like when so much is asked of you, like, continuously, and so much is like people expect things of you.
Mhm.
You can kind of really feel like it's hard to say no, when you feel guilty saying
Yeah.
no, you know. Um, but I'm also thankful, for a lot of folks, who are close to me, who remind me, like, no, like, it's okay to take a break, it's okay to say no. Like, you have a lot of folks who care for you, who will tell you, like, no, like, you need to take a break.
Right. That's so
Or you
important.
need to pause this, you need to, um, because, we're more than like the labor that we give, we're more than
Yes.
like what we do under capitalism, right? Like, we're more than that,
Mhm.
like, we're worth so much more than that. Um, and people who really value you, like, they'll remind you of that, you
Mhm.
know. Um, and I think like it's been helpful, to be reminded of that,
Yeah.
you know.
Absolutely.
Um,
Um
yeah.
I hate to put a break in the
Uh,
conversation, but I do have to run some
okay.
ads. Um,
Okay.
so we could take a little break to maybe get a stretch in if you need one or anything like that.
Yeah, let's do that. Yeah, we can do that. Sure, sure, sure.
All
How
right.
much? Well, actually, I'll just wait for you to come back. I was asking how much
Okay.
time you need, but
Oh,
sound
it's
like
just
I'll
like
just
3 minutes.
this is fine. Okay, great.
Yeah.
All right,
All right. I'll be
so
right
let me
back
do
then.
this. Okay, no problem. Enjoy your break.
You too. All right, y'all. We're gonna take ad break. Thank you all so much for hanging out and being so lovely and joining us for all the chats and stuff. We'll be back in a few minutes. Make sure y'all are doing your self care. Alright, welcome back, everybody. Hello, hello. Got the yawnies. She's in her little tiny one by the window in the living room, like that way. That way? Can I point the right way? That way. I'm sorry. She's not on her throne behind me today. She's snoozing in her little tiny throne. Remove it. Remove it so she only has this one. She would just lay somewhere else. That's the thing about her, is that she doesn't care. Like, she lays on anything, so. I don't even know if that would help. Oh yeah, I forgot. Fishing. Yes, y'all can still fish. Oh my god. Eepy? No, I'm not eepy. I'm not eepy, but like when I talk a lot, or like really when I'm live and being perceived, I don't know why my brain thinks I need more oxygen. So it makes me very yawny. Ugh. I just got an email from Twitch about fucking sub prices raising. I know they've been doing it everywhere, but they need to knock it off. Like, why are we upping it by $1? Again? I don't think it's again. It's just finally hitting the US, because it's been hitting, like, country after country after country, and now it's finally hitting the US. It's ridiculous. Like, we're already in a financial crisis as it is. Like, why do we need this? Everything, yeah, I know. Everything's so expensive. I can't even support people without Mr. Twitch deciding to raise the prices but not giving streamers a bigger cut. Mm-hmm. That's what I'm saying. And in order to even get that bigger cut, like, you have to have 100 sub points for 3 months in a row to get the 60/40. Or 350 sub points for 3 months in a row to get the 70/30. Like, we're all broke. How are we supposed to get that? I'm gonna need some glucose guardians or something. It's ridiculous. Thank you, River, though. You're very sweet. Anyway, it is ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. Yeah, I had like a bubble in my throat. It's the fish in me. Please. That's so funny, actually. A blue discus. I know. I feel like the discus is really like you for some reason. That is very true. Thank you for saying you like it here, River. I like having you here. Very much. You're hitting that stage of your meds? No. Please be as chatty as you want. Queero, hi! Hi, Queero. Welcome in. I hope your stream was so good today. Welcome, Raiders. Hi, 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 hi. Hi, Pants. Hi, Sam. Hi, Mags. Hi, Pants. Hi, Hannah Bonanza. I love your name. Hi, I hope you're all doing well. I hope everything was good. Congrats on finishing your stream. You did a great job. Please be sure to do your post-stream self-care. Make sure that you are resting, hydrating, taking care of yourself as much as you can. Thank you so much for trusting me with your friends. Oh my god. Is that Pascal? Yeah, it is Pascal. Isn't he cute? I love him. Yes, go do your self-care. You're so sweet. You're about to hit the follow button, then I realized it was following already. I love when that happens. And thank you so much. I'm very pride-ified.
Alright,
For the
hey,
month.
sorry, just saw your message. I just got the bathroom. So.
No, you're fine. Welcome back.
I know you said 3 minutes, and I was like, oh, am I gonna hurry
Nah,
up,
it's
wash my
fine.
hands? So, I'm like 3 minutes turned into 10. I'm like, oh my god. So anyway, I heard my timer going off too, and I'm just like, all right, this is so.
No worries at all.
Yeah. Oh wait, are the captions working? I don't see them.
No. Oh,
I
no.
don't see them popping up. Oh, can I send me another link?
Yeah, I'll send you another link.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah. They like to be very, touchy.
No. Alright.
There you go.
Okay. Alright, how's that? Is that okay? Oh wait.
Oh, I'm not
I gotta
seeing
put my
it.
name in. I gotta
Oh,
put my
yeah.
name in first. That's okay. This is.
There you go. Now I see your name again.
Alright. Good. Awesome. Alright. Okay, there we go. I see them now.
Yay! Perfect.
Yeah, awesome, awesome. Okay. Good. I'm just like checking because it's. Okay, we're good. Because Discord, I don't know, for some reason, like, Discord just keeps saying, like, off and on, oh, we're not detecting any input. And I'm like, well, y'all can hear me fine, and this is fine. So I'm like, anyway. Discord's bugging out. Stop being homophobic today. So, Discord's being homophobic. I don't know why.
In Pride Month? Please, why are you being
Talking
homophobic
about,
in Pride Month?
Talking about, oh, we can't detect your thing. I'm like, get the fuck out of here. So, whatever. Okay, good, good. All right, all set. All right. But I can't remember where we were before. I don't know if you remember.
I don't remember. I don't know. I know you're talking about going to the convention you're gonna go to. But I don't remember after that. Yeah.
Yeah.
But I mean,
I'm
we
really
can chat about
excited.
whatever, so.
Yeah, I'm really excited for that. Like I said, I'm like I said, yeah, and just overall, you know, it feels really good to go back to conventions.
Yeah.
You know, because it feels like it's been forever. I mean, I know it has, like it's been a few years. But I think the break was much needed, definitely. because the conventions in themselves, like, I'm not sure if you ever gone before, or like any kind of like um anything similar to it. It takes a lot out of you. Like you have to plan like your whole day, right? Like you have to
Oh
plan
yeah.
what you're gonna be going to.
Mhm.
You gotta plan who you're gonna see. You gotta plan like your rest time. You gotta plan, you know what I mean? Like there's
Mhm.
so many things like you gotta be mindful of.
Yeah.
Um, and yeah, I feel like which is important because I know like for me, like I think when I first started going to them, like I was like, oh yeah, I'm so excited, I'm going, but like after like the first 3 hours, I was like done. Like I was so like I was just so drained, like mentally,
Yeah.
physically, and I'm just like no, like moving forward, I gotta like plan everything. Like I gotta plan like I gotta plan what panels I want to go to. I gotta plan what I'm gonna eat. I gotta plan like I gotta
Mhm.
budget like thankfully they have designated rest areas, and I feel like a lot more convention spaces are like they're making like dedicated convention like dedicated like rest areas like that are accessible to like quiet areas. You know
Good.
what I mean?
Yeah. Mhm.
Um, because I'm not sure like for folks who haven't been to conventions or like on, but like they're like really noisy. Like they're
There,
like
it's
it's just
sensory
you're in a
overload. Mhm.
yeah, it's a lot. Like you're in a convention center, community center, wherever it may be. There's like you're in like a dense area, like meaning like you're in like a lot of people, like in a small area, um, and it can be really overwhelming.
Mhm.
Um, like just from like just so many different angles, and it's really is helpful, like when there isn't a like when there's really intentional attempts, to make things accessible, from like bathrooms to um like I said, quiet areas, right?
Mhm.
And because I think like I didn't really know how much I needed them until like I think it was like 2019 or 2018 Anime NYC,
Mm.
and I got to the point where like I was about to pass out, like I was about to faint because like I was just like so exhausted,
Oh no, yeah.
um, and I think like I had just been telling myself, oh, I gotta keep pushing through. I gotta push through. Like I'm here. Like even though I'm fatigued, I gotta push through. But like no, like I couldn't do that. Like this whole
Mhm.
idea that like I have to push through, like was really bullshit. You know,
Yeah.
and like I was really like destroying myself. Um, So I think since then, being intentional about planning my days. If the venue doesn't have like a rest area, like finding a place, like okay, like I'm gonna go here to like rest a bit, or I'm gonna go, you know what I mean, like,
Yeah.
or I'm gonna find like let me scope out and see places where I can take a breather. That helps a lot.
Mhm.
Um, because like we're not robots, like we're not AI, like we're not
Right.
machines, like we can't, just keep going and going and go. What is it? The Energizer Bunny, right? Like we're not,
Oh yeah.
like we can't just
Yeah, the
keep,
Energizer Bunny.
going.
Mhm.
We can't just keep, like going and going. Like no, like it's not sustainable. It's also it's not safe for us.
No.
Um, so yeah, I mean that's definitely been helpful to do, and I definitely recommend that. For like first time con goers or for folks who like that's definitely one thing I would definitely recommend. And yeah, because like you're gonna need those periods of rest, even though your days are always gonna feel like there's something going on because there is. There's always gonna be something happening. There's always
Mhm.
gonna be a speaker somewhere. There's always gonna be an event. There's always gonna be like that surprise cosplayer. There's always gonna be that
Right.
person. You know what I
Mhm.
mean? Like something's always gonna be going on. Um, but even with that, it's important to remember like your space and like where you are, right? Like how are you like being mindful of like where you are, like mentally, emotionally, right? Like
Mhm.
physically, like taking care of yourself because yeah, like it's a convention. Like I said, like you're there to have fun. You're there, to interact with people, and if there are celebrities, like voice actors or whatever, artists, like yeah, to meet them too, but you're also there to look after yourself, right? Like, and you have
Right.
to be mindful of your health too, right? And
Mhm.
all that it looks like. Um, but yeah, I'm definitely excited. One of the few things like I've been looking forward to for the past few weeks. Uh, I have been debating if I wanted to go to Anime NYC this year. Um, looks a little pricey though, so I'm like,
Oh
I
yeah.
don't know. Um, for a full weekend pass, so I'm like,
Mhm.
I don't know. That's one thing too. I've like not been liking about these conventions. Like they've been like skyrocketing prices, and I'm just like, y'all aren't like adding anything. Like y'all are just like raising prices and
Right, for the
like
exact
you know
same
what I'm saying?
thing.
Like if you're gonna raise prices, like give me like a fucking $50 food voucher or some shit. Like you know what I'm saying? Like, and I say 50, that'll only get you like maybe like a meal and a half because you know how expensive this like this is so expensive. Like $50 a bill, you get you anything. But um, I think yeah, like, they be raising prices on shit, and it's just like yo, like you're turning your clientele away. Like you're saying, you want people to come, but like people just can't keep throwing money at these things. And especially as an adult, you realize that like yo, like everything is expensive. Like, and it's like but yeah, that's the one I'm doing for now. I know there's like a couple other ones. There's like DreamCon. I know, which I want to go to one year. Like I do want to go to DreamCon. That's in
Mhm.
Texas, I believe. Um,
Oh, okay.
DreamCon, yeah. Um, so yeah, but probably next year, like Katsu and Dragon Con, I'll probably do those. Because like I think I'm at a point now where I feel more comfortable in terms of like where I'm at. That like what, like I want to do cons again, like more regularly. Like yeah, I know like also the importance of like safety, right? I know the importance of like all these things. I'm not gonna just completely throw away like what's important, especially like with my
Yeah.
health. But um, but I'm also mindful of the fact that it's something that I really do enjoy. Like I love doing and building community around too. Even though like cosplay like community, like well, a lot of these fandoms like are just super like fucking toxic. So
Oh, true, yeah.
I don't know if you've had
That's
like
very
toxic
valid, yeah.
experiences, like
Mhm.
like one of like the worst is like My Hero Academia and Avatar, like Last Airbender. Like oh my god, those fandoms are horrible. Like
Yep.
no, no, no. Let me say
Mhm.
okay. Let me say specifically Korra. Let me not even say Avatar. Like Korra specifically. Like they're just horrible. Like I hate that fan base. Like
Mhm.
they're just oh my god, they're just like toxic. Like
Mhm.
it's just like. And then look at me. This is a Korra support account. I don't tolerate no disrespect against Korra. Okay,
Yeah.
so
I
like
love Korra.
I tolerate zero. I love Korra.
I
Like I
love
love her so
Korra.
much. Like, I'm
Mhm.
like, don't we? People be like, want to disrespect. No, you are not going to disrespect Korra out here. I don't
Mhm.
tolerate that. You know, like period. Like I don't tolerate no Korra disrespect.
Mhm.
Like I love her down. Like yeah, with her flaws and everything. Like yeah, granted she's flawed. Like she's like oh she's a teenager. Like what do
Oh
you
my god, I
expect?
love flawed characters. I hate when
You
characters
know,
are like
like
flawless.
she's literally a teenager. Like what do you expect?
Mhm.
You know, you know. Like I think it's weird when like people have these I don't know what the word is. I'm sure it's like a some kind of psychological word or something for like people who expect characters to be perfect. Um
Mm.
or expect them to just act a certain way or be a certain way that's like
Right.
removed from any like negative character trait, you know.
Mhm.
But I'm like no, like so yeah, I love the fact that I feel like I relate to her in a lot of ways, like from having to carry like such a massive responsibility at a young age, feeling like everything you're doing is like wrong in the eyes of people who are supposed to be taking care of you, right? Like you don't feel like you can do anything right, you feel like
Mhm.
you know everything you do is under a microscope, you know, um,
Yeah.
people are just kind of like literally waiting to like say that like you're wrong or waiting like literally like sitting like waiting to say oh like yo you messed up like you fucked up like just
Mhm.
you know um and that's just really frustrating. You know,
Yeah.
but I think that's also why like I really like her a lot. You know, I think she's a wonderful character in so many ways, and I really hate when people try to give her a bad rap, especially like for being a teenager. Like
Mm-hmm.
because how old is she? Like I think she's like 14 or 15.
I can look
Or is she
actually.
older?
I think she's like
Yeah,
16, 17, I think,
16.
at the
Yeah,
beginning.
in the beginning, yeah. So it's like people put
She's
her in this
17 in
position.
the first season.
17. Okay, yeah. So
Mm-hmm.
she's a lot older. Yeah. Um, so it's like yeah. Like, I mean, she's a teenager. Like and she lives in a society where like I guess people there's this idea that like things are safe and everyone's happy, and everything. Like
Mm-hmm.
she's never really been put in any like major conflict or anything, right? Like she hasn't really been. She can have no ops at that point, right? Like I mean, she
Right.
did. Like they were like in secret, but
Mm-hmm.
like whereas like you had Aang like literally out the ice like fighting the fucking like he had to fight the fucking face stealer and like he was going up against like spirit that giant spirit panda and shit like he was fighting people like out literally out the ice,
Mm-hmm.
so it's like I feel like when people try to compare them or try to put them in a place where it's like oh like Aang was able to do this or Korra was able to do that, like no, like they're two different people
Yeah,
and like
exactly. Just because they're both the Avatar doesn't mean they're the same person.
they're the same,
Yeah.
and I think like it's a I don't know, I don't like that, and then also there's a lot of misogyny too. I'm not gonna say that
Oh
like
yeah.
that's not there.
Mm-hmm.
Like there's so much misogyny,
Yep.
like when people talk about like how like because she was struggling with like depression and PTSD,
Mm-hmm.
and which I relate to like a lot too, and how like no like that shit stays with you, like she was carrying that with her for a long time, and like that feeling of like feeling like you have to like kind of push through it, right, quote unquote, right, push through it, right, or you have to like fight through it, right, even though like you're still carrying, like you know what I mean, like this, like I related to that a lot, and feeling like you have to kind of be this person that you were before this like triggering event, you know what I mean, like this feeling
Yeah.
like like I'm like I empathize with her like a lot, like to a degree, like with
Mm-hmm.
that, and I definitely do want to cosplay her one day. She's not
Oh
like
my
super
god.
high on my list, but
You
like I do want to
absolutely
cosplay
should.
her. I want to too. But I also have to make sure that I'm not overburdening myself because I feel like
Yeah.
I have a tendency to do that. I'll just like
Mm.
be like I'll be like halfway through with one thing, and I'll be like, oh my god, I want to do this too, and then I'll be like I'll start sketching, and I'll be like, no, I have to finish this first one first, and then I'll have like 20 like projects that are like at like 10 or 15% done because I feel like I'm like taking on something new. Um, but uh, but yeah, like I will say, like I'm excited for this Sunday. I think it's gonna be great, and um, I'm meeting up with one of my mutuals there, so I'm excited too. Because like going by yourself is great too, but also like if you're able to like find that one person or go with like multiple people, like I know that definitely makes the experience a little better, especially like when they share the same values as you, with you, especially like with like your health and like COVID safety. Like I think that like helps a lot. Um,
Yeah.
you know, you don't feel like you have that you're like you don't feel like there's a barrier there, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so I think like that helps a lot. And I don't know. I think outside of that, I don't know. I don't think I'm really looking forward to like too much else this summer. Even like this month, like now, like
Mm-hmm.
um, I don't know. Like, are you looking forward to anything like at all this summer, or do you have anything planned?
Not really. I tend to I mean, I stay home most of the time, but I definitely in the summer I tend to stay home because I have big issues with heat. I don't do well in heat at all. So I don't
Fair.
tend
Yeah.
to plan
Same.
to do
Same.
anything in the summer
Yeah.
really.
I get that. Okay. No. 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 That makes sense. I get that.
Mm-hmm.
I think like within like the past like 3 4 years, especially like when I was like on antidepressants, like I like definitely had to like manage my time outside, especially like as it got warmer because like I'm sure like certain like the heat can like really fuck with you, especially like if you're on
Yes.
certain like things like psych meds. So
Yeah, like
like
SSRIs.
yeah, so it's like I didn't really know that until like I almost had like heat stroke because I didn't realize that I was on like four at the time. Well, like they
Mm-hmm.
were like different, but like I didn't realize like how much like the heat would like mess with you. So or like how they can like really affect your like your body's ability to like manage your temperature. I mean I know now and I'm thankful for that. Which honestly like it was literally a Twitter thread where like I learned that like I think that there are like some folks like dedicated like every year
Mm-hmm.
who make threads about like oh like
Yeah.
how to manage like your health like during the summer months, especially like if you're on these medications, or if you're
Mm-hmm.
doing this, like be mindful of like um
Mm-hmm.
which I'm really thankful for because like like it's just I remember the first time I saw that I was like oh my god, like okay, this answers a lot of questions and as to why like I felt like I was literally like about to just like crash from heat stroke, or I felt like I was about to have heat stroke.
Oh gosh, yeah. I mean, I've had heat stroke
um
before. It's not fun.
yeah, so you've had it.
Mm-hmm.
um but yeah, so things like that. I think it's sometimes it can feel isolating too, though, especially like if you're with a friend group or people that like you know they like you'll let them know what you need. You'll tell them like oh I need this, like if you can be patient, but you're not necessarily fully getting that um like you constantly feel like I guess like you kind of feel like you're like I just feel like you're holding them back in a way, or you'll feel like you're like I don't know the word, um, like 'cause I've definitely felt that way before. Where I've had folks like who would tell me, oh yeah, like it's okay, like like we'll be patient with you and this or whatever, but then like they like really weren't, and it's like oh like
Right.
I every time I would ask for a break, I would ask like okay can we slow down or can we like pull into the shade, like it would feel like I would feel like I'm like you know like a burden, or I feel like I'm okay. Like why the
Mm-hmm.
fuck did like Yellow say it was okay for me to come with you if like you're gonna treat me this way?
Right.
Um,
Like at least be upfront and honest about
be
it.
upfront about it. Yeah, I
Mm-hmm.
don't say oh yeah it's okay, it's whatever, but like then like when I'm like legit telling you like all right like can we slow down or like like can we like stop and like let me like then like it's a problem.
Mm-hmm.
Um, so and like that has been isolating too.
For sure,
Um,
yeah.
and you feel like you're I don't know. I guess like you kind of just feel like no one's like really gonna give you like the time and like really willing to um extend those accessibility needs, right?
Right.
Um, but I'm thankful, for like Reddit and like Discord and like DC3, and like meeting
Mm-hmm.
amazing people who like I know that like I can go to conventions with. Um, yeah, like I don't have to feel I don't have to feel stuck at all,
Yeah.
or I don't have to feel like I'm an afterthought or like they're I'm the one thing that's like that's like a burden, I don't,
Right.
yeah. So and I like the fact that I can confidently say these are people who actively care about me, right? And I can do the same for them. I don't have to feel like I have to like shrink or hide myself,
Right.
which I feel like is the case for like a lot of folks, like
Mm-hmm.
especially like when I think about like um intersectionality, right, and just this
Mm-hmm.
feeling of like even in certain spaces, like um certain spaces that like they say, oh yeah, like we're inclusive, for like like um you know um LGBTQIA plus, like we're like, oh yeah, we're inclusive this, but then like I go there and I see like everyone's white, or it's
Oh,
like,
yeah.
it's just like,
Mm-hmm.
they're, it's just, it's just experiences that aren't mine, or I don't see people that look like me, right? And it's like, I'm like,
Yeah.
well, are y'all really inclusive if like y'all
Mm-hmm.
are like, if it's like everyone there is white, or like white passing, right? Like,
Mm-hmm. It's like
you
they
know what
didn't
I
even
mean? Like,
really try at all.
they didn't try at all, I'm
Mm-hmm.
like, how am I supposed to feel? I don't feel, how am I supposed to feel safe there? You
Right.
know? You know what I mean? So
Mhm.
yeah, so I think it's just like, things like that, challenging that, and like letting them know that, like, okay, y'all space isn't inclusive as you think it is, you know, and going back to, like, not going where people aren't gonna value me, you know,
Right.
um, because, like, I can't tell you the amount of times, when I felt like I have to, like, sit through something, or I have to, like, tolerate something because, in the name of, like, feeling like, oh well, if I don't go, well, if I say no to this, then, like, like, I won't have anything, or if I say no to this,
Mhm.
but it's like, is it really worth, like, having well, quote unquote community if, like, you're not getting what you need, like, is it really worth that, like, because, like, like, we're deserving of so much more, we're deserving of
Yeah.
better, so, like,
Exactly. Like
um
genuine community.
that genuine community,
Mhm.
like, um and I feel like I'm at a point in my life, I'm kind of over that,
Yeah.
like, I'm not, accepting, like, the bare. I don't even know if I don't even know if that qualifies as the bare minimum. Like, like,
It's like
I feel like I
less
used to say,
than
oh,
the
less
bare
than,
minimum.
no, like, for real,
Yeah.
because I feel like I used to say, oh, well, that's the bare minimum, but, like, no, it's not even the bare minimum,
No, not even.
you know. So it's like, yeah, and that's things like are, and granted, like, I also recognize that, like, it's not my responsibility to fight everything, and
Mhm.
nor can I fight everything, right? Like, I'm not going to be able to be vocal on everything. I'm not going to
Right.
be able to have the spoons to, like, fight everything. But at the same time, like, you know what I mean? So, because I do recognize that too, and how, like, I can't. It's not practical, nor is it, like, viable, like, for me to, like, constantly have to, be punching, at things that, like, maybe out of my control, because it's just not sustainable for me, like, there's only so much I have and so much I can do, like, in a day, or certain times of the day. So I'm not gonna overextend myself, but which sucks too, because, but at the same time I recognize that, if I just can't, then I can't, and it doesn't mean that I'm any less, or it doesn't mean that it doesn't reduce me at all at the person that I am. It just means that, like, no, I don't have the spoons for it, or, like, I don't have, like,
Yeah.
I may not have it at that time. Um, and I feel like, especially, like, in a lot of organizing spaces, like, a lot of folks, like, it can be hard because you get to a point where you feel, again, I'm speaking for everybody, but I'm saying it can happen where, like, you feel like you're being asked of, like, so many things, right? Whereas
Yeah.
it gets to a point where people may, like, indirectly, like, expect you to be like, oh, like, well, you're that person, you know what I mean, like, they expect you to be the person to say yes to this, or they expect you to be the person, like, to organize. They may say, oh, well, cafe, like, oh, like, well, they're gonna, like, and they may not
Mhm.
necessarily, like, consciously be aware of it, but it's like, oh, like,
Right.
they may, like, expect, you to be like, oh, well, you're the one that's gonna organize, like, you're the one that's gonna do all this, like, to just carry everything, and it's like, no, like, you're a
Mhm.
person, like, you can't,
Yeah.
like, you can't do everything, um and asserting your boundaries, um and making them very, very clear, that you have an identity outside of what you do, outside of um the content that you create, right? Like, you
Yeah.
are a person, like, outside of all these things. Granted, like
Exactly.
I said, if you want to identify yourself with that, that's great. I'm not saying you're not, like, that's, I'm not taking
Right.
that away from people, because you have people, like, who legit, you meet them, the first thing they'll say is, oh, I'm professor of this or whatever, and I'm like, okay, look, that's great. If you want
Mhm.
to, if your identity is enveloped by what you do, I think that's great. I don't take that away from nobody. I just, for
Mhm.
me personally, like, and I try to, like, let people know that, like, like, you don't necessarily have to be defined by that. Like, you're more than, like, what you put out. Like, you're more than what you're giving to other people. Like, you're
Yes.
like, those, that as a part of you, but that's not, like, who you are. Like, as a person. You know,
Right. You're more than
um,
what you can offer.
what you can offer. Yeah, yeah.
Mhm.
And especially, like, within our own spaces too. Like, a lot of,
Mhm.
like, it's challenging though, because, like, so many of us have, like, so many different needs, right?
Yeah.
Which are valid too. Like, like, we live in a like a shitty ass capitalist society, right? That like puts
Mhm.
us in a place where so many of us have different needs. Um, and like you'll have folks who are like really skilled at doing certain things, whether it's like organizing, or crowdfunding, or doing whatever. Um, but at the same time, it's like it's not fair to continuously be on that person, to be the one who organizes, or to be the one, to be the one who organizes, or to be the one who's constantly putting things, together, or who's the one that everyone, I guess, like asks for things.
Yeah.
So sometimes I want to be the one that like sometimes I want to be the person like that, like people say, like I'm gonna handle this, or like I'm gonna take care of this, or people say, oh, like if you need help, like like what can I do to support you, sometimes like you want to be asked that,
Right.
and it feels good too when you ask those things because like that's how you really know that like you're in community, right? Because like
Mhm.
when you have people who are supporting you and who are saying, oh, like what can we do, or like, oh, like is there anything like you need, without necessarily having to like without having to like reach out, you know what I mean? Like I mean, nothing wrong, like you should reach out, but like
Yeah.
people like coming to you and saying, oh, like checking in, asking how you're doing, asking if you need anything, like genuinely caring for like who you are, like like that does a lot,
Mhm.
and I recognize that like in, like the past like 2 years, especially like when like trying to build community, I think when you have those people who like reach out to you and like will ask you like like how you're doing, like did you eat today, like how
Mhm.
how's your energy today, like like it's just like that does so much,
Yeah.
like or like, oh, like like if you don't eat today, all right, I'm gonna overeat to you like some food, you know what I'm saying,
Right. Yeah.
like it's just like, cause I know myself too. Sometimes I just don't be eating, or I don't be
Same.
hydrating, Like I just like, cause like so many things are just happening, at once.
Mhm.
And you kind of just get lost, in like your days, or like
Mhm.
I know sometimes like like if I'm at like DEF CON whatever, like the super high DEF CON level of like depression, right? And it's like and it sucks,
Mhm.
you know. And like I know like, I'll have those days where like I don't talk to nobody or I don't respond to nobody, But like I
Yeah.
know Bestie, she'll reach out to me and she'll call me and be like I know you there, like, and not like an aggressive way, but like she
Right.
knows like, okay, if I'm not answering, or if she knows like
Mhm.
like that like thing something is like maybe like I may not be myself that day, or like a couple days, right?
Mhm.
So it's and like we do that for each other. Um,
Yeah.
I'm building relationships in community is like a really difficult thing. Um, I feel like a lot of folks like definitely want it though and need it and are deserving of it. But I know like with all my multiple intersections, I'm kind of like it's not like I feel like I've sometimes been like, oh, am I too picky, or am I too like stringent with like what I'm asking for? But it's like no, like I I need to find folks like who are actively um in a place like where I'm at, and I know it's gonna be hard. Like I don't expect it to be easy,
Mhm.
but like I think it's worth it in the end when you don't have to feel like you're compromising a bunch of things because in the name of just like wanting people around you. Like it's the
Yes.
quality of like your community.
Mhm.
Um, yeah. Um, I think like these past like 1 to 2 years, I've really had to be intentional, um, and like not settling for anything less, which is like really challenging,
Mhm.
you know, um, especially like when I think about um, like this month that we're in, right, and like the one of the marches that I'm going to be going to at the end of the month. It's where's it end of the month again? yeah, through the People's Pride Coalition.
Okay.
Um, yeah. So yeah, like I'm looking forward to that. I used to go like every year, but it had kind of been a challenge. Like especially like with COVID. Well,
Mm-hmm.
still with COVID, and like there was like an issue like a year ago where like they were like not like there was like basically like there was an issue with like what the mask policy was, or like if they were
Mm.
enforcing a mandate. Um, and but but it ended up working out though. At least like from what I remember, it ended up working out.
Good.
Yeah. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
'Cause also like yeah, a lot of these events like they'll just be like, oh yeah, like people, pride, like we're here, for the community or whatever, but they ain't trying to mask, or they ain't
Mm-hmm.
trying to enforce no mask mandate, and it's like, well, like why would I want to come to this, or why would I want to be
Yeah.
a part of this,
Like, what about
you
all the
know?
disabled queers?
Yeah, well, clear,
What about
like it's
us?
just like, and it's wild how like people are okay with like leaving folks behind. Like it's like, and
Yep.
how like it's just like ableism, right? Like how
Mm-hmm.
people are just so okay with it. They're like, oh, we don't care. You know what I'm saying? Or it's just like, you know what I mean? Mind you,
Mm-hmm.
like you are. When I say you, I mean like like Able. It's like you're one life event away, one job loss, like one accident, one illness. Like you're so close to like this can happen to you
Yeah,
at any time.
anybody can become
You
disabled, and
know,
like when
become
you get
disabled. So
to the higher ages, pretty much you're gonna be disabled once you're older anyway.
disabled. Yeah.
We
Yeah,
all end up there, so
up there, like
yeah.
it's gonna happen. Like I think especially like about a lot of our patients like who are older, and it's just like, um, they're, there's issues with their, immediate relatives, like getting support, for them, or getting, care for them, or getting, someone to look after them. Like, yeah, like, this shit is hard, like, and it's like, and it's really sucks the way, uh, like they're really an afterthought, um, but yeah, like I agree, and I remind people like, like you're closer to that than these fucking billionaires that like you're idolizing, or that like you're
Yep.
trying to protect. You know what I mean? Like people
Mm-hmm.
who don't give a fuck, who don't care about you at all, right? Like who
Literally, they do not
literally
care.
don't care,
Mm-mm.
and it's um and it's helpful, when like folks like are willing to listen. I know everyone won't, but
Mm-hmm.
I also, am mindful, and realize that I think when people think about like their own mortality, and how fragile like our lives really are, not to get into like like anything like metaphysical or whatever, but like our lives are really fragile, and I feel like people be
Yeah.
like not acting that like they are, and people like especially like I think like in the early stages of pandemic, people are like, oh well, like I don't give a fuck, like, people are doing everything they want. I'm like, no, like if something were to happen to you, like this is a healthcare system that like you're gonna have to like go through, like you realize that, right? Like 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 y'all know how fucked this shit is, and like y'all are like fine with that. Like it's just you know um but yeah, going back to community, I'm definitely looking forward to that March at the end of the month. um I'm trying to think of what else. I don't really think I'm doing anything else. I'm trying to think like in terms of like actions or like events like that. Like I stay away, like I said, I stay away from the one downtown. I stay away from that shit.
Yeah.
Because that has nothing to do with me.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and like I know that. I am not trying to be part of that community who does not give a fuck about me. Um,
Mm-hmm.
like I really hate the way people say like these will be the same people who say, oh, like they'll shout to the ceilings of like, oh, Marsha and Sylvia, like but at the same time, like y'all be treating black and brown trans women like garbage,
And they're the
and
reason we have any of our rights.
any of our rights,
Yep.
like y'all treat them like God, y'all treat
Mm.
them so fucking
So
badly,
bad.
like horribly, you know, um, or like the ones who don't have like what quote unquote beauty standards are, right? Like y'all be treating them like horribly, and I hate
Mm-hmm.
that, like y'all be like hella fat phobic, like hell, like
Oh
there's
my god,
so
the
many
fat
different things.
phobia. Oh.
Fat phobia, like it's just that shit really like it makes me sad too because it's like like y'all are so obsessed with like this ideal body image, right?
Mm-hmm.
You know, but like which is like not really realistic, and also like like our bodies like are constantly changing, like whether it's like because of like illness or like like financially something maybe going on, like our bodies are constantly changing. I think that's like one
Yeah.
thing I had to accept, like because I've had like really up and down relationship with food, you know, um, and I think like I've really had to like try to repair my relationship with food. It's hard though,
Oh, it's so hard. I
um,
understand it's so hard. I've had
because
disordered
it's
eating my whole
like
life. I get it.
you know, when especially like when like I grew up like surrounded by like so many different types of food and so many and like you know enjoying like whatever like was made, right? I think
Mm-hmm.
I've within these past like 5 years I've really had to um I guess think about I would say not just like consumption but just like my mental health and like relationship with like how I'm eating, you
Yeah.
know um and this is again, this is not to like shame anyone. This is not to like maybe I'm not trying to say I'm like better than somebody else,
Mm-hmm.
but I think like it's more so coming from a standpoint of like recognizing how challenging it is, right, and how difficult it is,
Yeah.
you know because like the shit is difficult, you know and like shout out to you, because I know like it's hard, especially like like when you have a history of ED, right? Like
Mm-hmm.
how like it never really goes away.
No.
It's like it's just
Unfortunately, it's not something that you
you
can
know
just like be like cured from, you know?
yeah, and also like going out to like food is it's an accessibility thing too, right? Like I also
Yes, it is an
like asking
accessibility thing.
people like you know do you need your food prepared a certain way, right? Do you have any allergies? Are there certain things that you
Mm-hmm.
can't eat, right? Like are there certain, you know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
I I mean, it used to be like a joke, like when I was like younger, like about how like if you were like at a cookout and like people would ask for like vegetarian and stuff or like vegan stuff, like it used to be a joke, but I'm like, no, like that's like if you like genuinely care for the people that like you're inviting or people that like you want there, like then you'll ask them like, okay, like what you can or can't eat, or like you need it prepared a certain way, right? Or like certain textures, right? Like you know what I mean? Like these are things that like are important. It's um like if I really really value like what people's preferences and accessibility needs are, so it's like and I'll try to accommodate when I can, or even like when you're meeting these people for the first time, like I try to ask like, okay, like are there things that like you can and can't, or things that like where you're allergic to, right? Like um because it's easy to like forget that, or easy to like assume like, oh well, I what your preferences are, what you eat, or what you consume is like automatically kind of like broad spectrum.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So or kind of like reducing or like minimizing other like forms of eating like veganism or vegetarianism, pescatarianism, but like no, like we're in 2024, like you can these are like they're what you can accommodate, you're right, like you absolutely can. Um and I think for me like I definitely had to it took me a lot of time to like decenter this idea of like, oh well, like you're a problem because you're not doing what like a majority of us are doing,
Mm-hmm.
because I feel cause I feel like
Yeah.
for the longest like that's kind of like how like like your social engineering is, right? It's like, oh well, if someone is not doing what you're doing, or like is like a majority of you, or okay, like y'all don't have any restrictions, so the one person who does, like they're, you know what I mean? Like it's just like there's
Right.
like, but but it's like no, like because you could be that person, right? Or like someone you
Mm-hmm.
care about could be that person, and it's like no, like you need like or like I've had times where like I know like I didn't it was like what, we're in 2024, right? Yeah, it was like
Mm-hmm.
over 5 years ago. But like I was like off red meat for like a while, right? And um like I guess you could say I was pescatarian, I guess. Um and it was frustrating because like whenever like I was like dating, or like I was like meeting people, like I it would be at the point where like we were like at where somebody would like choose to take me, and then I'd be like, oh, okay, I don't eat this. You know what I mean? Like it was like it
Yeah.
got to that point, rather, you know what I
Mm-hmm.
mean, rather than like having the discussion, like beforehand, or like even like over text, like oh, like before we even got there, you know.
Mm-hmm.
So like I've been on that, like I've been there, and I mean not that you have to be like on that end to like
Right.
empathize, but like
Mm-hmm.
I know what it's like, you know,
Yeah.
and it sucks, you know, um, like especially when you feel like you're not being cared for, or you're an afterthought, um, or you're kind of like pressured into, kind of accepting like less than the bare minimum, like you're saying, right? Like less than the bare minimum. How like
Less
you
than,
feel
yeah.
pressured to just accepting that because like, oh well, I'm already here, like oh I'm already in this place, like let's just, like
Mm-hmm.
um, it can feel there's a lot of like there's a lot of pressure that you can feel to be like, oh well, this person did this for me, or like you know they went out of their way to do this, so like let me like reduce and minimize what I need because they are, you know what I mean, like, and it's like
Right.
no, like if this person like really values you and cares for you, like you know that even if you're meeting them for the first time, then it's like no, like you can say what you need, um and like that's like the real test to see like if they really value and care, right? um
Right.
uh I think that's also why like I hate leaving the house. So
I mean,
like,
that's so fair, yeah.
'cause it's like,
Yeah.
'cause it's like I'm like it's just like I was saying before with like 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 my grad school applications, like
Mm-hmm.
this whole idea of like feeling like when you're meeting people for the first time, it's kind of like an interview, right? Like you're putting all this information about yourself out there,
Yeah.
and just trying to see if like people will accept you, you know. Um, like you're sharing all these things, and like you're putting all this out there, like with the hopes that like oh like this person will like they'll be accepting, and like they'll
Mm-hmm.
say, oh, I empathize. Oh yeah, oh I'm like I feel the same way, or I experience the same thing, you know. Like you hope that, it's not always what you get, but yeah, I think that's kind of this been a barrier to like meeting folks, like
Mm-hmm.
um checking myself on like the performative aspect, you know,
Right. Mm-hmm.
um, which is like a human thing to do. Like, I feel like it's okay um, to feel that way sometimes, because like we're in society that like tells us, um, you got to look this way, you got to present yourself this way, like you'll if you look up like how to handle like a first date or meeting somebody, I'm sure you'll get like so many different YouTube results, like what sis said, right? Like ones, focus ones.
Yeah.
So I'm like, let me be clear to like sis said like focus, right? So because it's
Mm-hmm.
like and because I was even listening to this podcast the other day, like who was it? It was in the. They posted it in the Black Enemies Discord. I gotta find the link. But it was like, what was it? I'm trying to find it. It was like dating as like a BIPOC trans person, and like
Oh, okay.
and it was really interesting because I'm just like, yeah, like I empathize with, you know, a lot of what, you know, the panelists were saying about, you know, about having hesitations, you know, even when you're like, you know, you're meeting other people, you know, like what you're saying, like identifiers, right? Like,
Yeah.
because end of the day, it's still a stranger.
Mm-hmm.
And you, for me, I know like I definitely have anxiety about like just, well, first like safety, right? And I would say secondary to that, it's just like feeling like my ADHD is gonna take over, and like I'll end up over explaining, or I'll end up like talking too much. Like, you know,
Right.
like I feel
Yeah.
like it's just like real, right? Like I
Mm-hmm.
feel like um but at the same time, you know, like I remember that, like, you know, I'm not, like, you know, being neurodivergent doesn't make me like a bad person, right? Or doesn't make me
Yeah.
somebody who isn't deserving of, like, you know what I mean? Like
Yeah,
it's
yeah,
like,
yeah.
no, like um it doesn't make you somebody who's like not worthy of like having, you know, connections, and not worthy of like meeting, like having companionship, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And also, oh yeah, so like, I mean, like, I know it's like side topic, but like Jay was talking about how, like, you know, a lot of times, like, you know, in like our community is like there's this idea that like there's this like normalization of like, oh well, if you're close to somebody, like say you have like a really close friendship, oh well, like, okay, well y'all should date, you know, or y'all should this, and it's like, no, like you can have like really like lovely and platonic like friendship with them,
Yes.
you know.
Oh my gosh, yeah.
And yeah, because I remember Jay brought it up the other day, and I'm like, yeah, like that's literally me and Bestie, like
Mm-hmm.
um you know, like I love her, like, you know, and like the way I talk about her, people are like, oh my god, like, people are like, oh my god, like, is that your girlfriend or is that this? And I'm like, no, like we're like basically partners, but like it's platonic, you know, like, and you can
Yeah.
have that with somebody, like, you know, it's like
Platonic love's just as
they're
important, if not
this
more.
is important, you
Yeah.
know, like it's essential,
It
you
is,
know.
yeah.
um and I remember like when Jay mentioned it, I'm like, yo, like you're so right, and it's like it made me so thankful that, you know, I have Bestie in my life, because like, you know, like you can love somebody like in a real, you know, powerful, intimate way that's like not sexual, you know, like
Yes,
you can love somebody
exactly.
in a way that's like you can have that, you know. I think that I think like it took me time to like realize that, though, that I could have that for myself, um, you know, because like I'm so used to like, I guess, feeling like, because okay, I like somebody, or because like I have this connection to you, automatically, like, you know, like I have to have like a physical, like, you know, like sexual relationship with you. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Um, which is like not true.
No, absolutely.
You know, you know, like, and also I feel like, you know, we're deserving of like more than that. You know, um, but yeah, like I wanted to like, you know, bring that up too, because like that's something that like
Yeah, I think
Jay
it's
brought up
very
the other day,
important
and I
for
was
sure.
like, yeah, so important, you
Mm-hmm.
know. And I feel like people want that too, but like maybe they don't have, they don't necessarily know the language, or maybe like they don't necessarily, um, they're not necessarily able to like vocalize it in the way that like they
Yeah.
want, but you know, but like that platonic connection is like so important, you know, and it does so
Mm-hmm.
much for you. It does so much for you, you know, like having that person that, like, you know, cares for you, um, and loves you in a way that is like deep and powerful, but like just it's not sexual, right? Um, and I know for me, like I think it definitely took some time for me to, um, I guess like decenter this like need for needing to have like a physical relationship with somebody solely because like I admired them or I liked them.
Yeah. Mm.
Even if I didn't want that, right? Like say like I
Mhm.
didn't want like a sexual relationship or a physical relationship with somebody like solely because I like them. Like I would have folks close to me like who would push that.
Oh.
Like I would have people
Mhm.
close to me like who like would, and I know it's not their fault, but like they would pressure you like um
Mhm.
and like they would pressure me into feeling like, oh, like but I would be like, no, like that's like my bestie, like that's like like I don't want that, you know
Mhm.
you know so, and like, yeah, I don't know, I used to be really uncomfortable with that too, like the way like people would like pressure me and to be like, oh well, like y'all should date, y'all should do this, and I'm like, nah, like
You
that's like
absolutely
that's
don't
my
have
homie,
to.
like and like also that's not how we feel about each other, like no, like that's like my bestie, like that's
Yeah.
the homie, like like we're
Mhm.
that's not who we are to each other,
Mhm.
and yeah, I don't know. I guess at the time I didn't really even like, because like also like being neurodivergent, I didn't really understand why like they would like constantly like tell me that, but also like
Right.
it would kind of like annoy me sometimes too. I would just be like, nah, like that's bestie, like like it's and even like when I see like in media too, like on like whether it's like on TV or like social media, this like, idea of like, oh, like because like you have this continue relationship, friendship with somebody that's like, really deep and powerful, like, and y'all have this mutual respect for each other, like, you can keep that,
Yeah.
like, there doesn't need to, I don't know, I feel like there's like this really weird, I guess, kind of like, I guess like invisible, like, like I don't know what the phrasing is, but like this idea that like you have to pursue this with somebody solely because like y'all have been really close friends for a long time, or because like y'all care for each other in a certain way. Like no, like you don't have to do that, you know. And it really frustrates me. Like, oh, I mean, all the times though, in the media that I used to consume, like it was mostly like facet like focus, but this also applies to like us too, you
Yeah.
know, because I think that there are a lot of times where you need that like platonic person, that platonic partner, right? Like you
Absolutely.
that
It's like
level of like
necessary
connection
for
is
sure.
necessary. It's so necessary, like you need somebody that like you have in your corner, or like people who um care for you in a way that isn't like necessarily sexual, right? Or isn't that right? Because like, you can care for
Mhm.
somebody you can care for somebody in a physical way, in an intimate way that's like not sexual, right? Like that's absolutely
Yes,
possible to do,
absolutely.
and I feel
Mhm.
like also like I something I used to struggle with was like I guess number one, like the language for that, and then also like verbalizing like, okay, like no, like I want that I want that level of intimacy, but like non-sexually, like
Yeah.
like it obviously it presents differently, but like you can have it with somebody and like it not be sexual, it really would be a challenge though, because like I said, like um so much of like community was focused on like, oh, like dating, right, and like sexual relationships, right, and um feeling like this is something that you had to be to somebody, solely because like y'all are in community, and it's like no. um I think that a lot of us, like you said, like would really benefit from like having that, right?
Yeah.
Um, and also like being mindful of like, uh, like ace aerosexual people too, right? And like not erasing
Mhm.
them, because I feel like a lot of like, I'm something that I'm working on too and being better with, right? Like not erasing like, or being putting ace and aero people like as an afterthought, you know. Especially like when it comes to like this month, a lot of times like they're like there's a lot of talk about them in a way that's like othering, right? Like
Oh,
we argue like
yes.
like what other arrow and ace people like will like will say like, oh, like I mean, and I don't like seeing that, and I
Mhm.
think it's really fucked up, you know what I'm saying? Because it's um like they're also like part of the community,
Yes.
like
They've always been a part of this community and they
always been
deserve
part of the
to be
community,
like represented and
like
feel like they're
absolutely,
accepted.
you know, and I think like it's that also goes into like I think kind of like this decentering societal normativity from you know what I mean? Because I feel like a lot of times like even within our own spaces, it's like a lot of folks like are centered around societal normativity, um, and it's like no, like we can like break free from that, right? Like and exist like within our own spaces, like and not have to bring that with us, you know.
Mhm.
Um, because like that's revolutionary in itself, right? Like breaking free from societal normativity, right, and existing within our own spaces that doesn't include that, and alongside like inclusion of like arrow ace people, like intersex folks as well, right?
Yes.
Like
Mhm.
granted, like I will say like I'm definitely still learning a lot more and like being mindful of inclusion of intersex folks as well.
Yeah.
Um, because I think that it's hard. Trying to think like the language like it like it can you can feel like you're I guess not invalidated, but like if you're not like if you don't know something or like if you're not educated on something that like maybe you shouldn't be involved, but it's like no, like everything is an opportunity to learn,
Absolutely, yeah.
like
Education
and
is
like
so important.
it's so important,
It's a
like
lifelong journey to be
you know
educated.
um and I think that there's nothing wrong with learning. I think like I think it's essential too,
Mhm.
you know um especially like for like our community to like to progress and for people to feel safe, and for like actual inclusion,
Mhm.
you know like are we actually going to be inclusive and like make the attempts to do it, or are we just saying it because it sounds nice?
Right. Like, are you just saying it to save face or do you actually mean it?
Save face, you know what I mean?
Mhm.
Like are you just putting up the banner and or like the mission statement, like because like I think it's a because like that because like that's fucked up too,
Mhm.
you know um yeah. um But also, yeah, for folks who don't know, like, I would definitely say, like, following folks like Mick. I don't know if you like know y'all know Micktastic. Like, they're a really dope
Yeah.
content
I'm
creator
gonna
and
shout.
musician. I would
I'll
definitely
shout
like
Zero out.
say shout out to Mick because Mick is really awesome. If you're looking for more um,
Mhm.
Arrow Ace people to follow, I would definitely recommend following Mick.
Yes.
Mick is really
Mhm.
really awesome. Yeah, so Mick is really awesome. So like, I would
I
definitely
love that
recommend following Mick.
they call
You know.
themselves AAA battery.
Oh, Mick.
Yeah.
That too.
I love it so much.
Yeah, I love that too. Yeah, 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 I love that too. Yeah, I love that too. Yeah. Um. Yeah, but Mick is awesome. Um. Especially like if you love music, like you love like classic retro games, like Mick is somebody you want to follow, like for sure, for sure. You know. Yeah. Um. I'm trying to think who else. I feel like I know more people, but like I only can really think of. I can only think of Mick right now. I don't
Shania's
know if
really good. Also,
okay.
Shania is another
Yeah.
Ace creator that
I created too.
actually organized an A-Spec raid train that's going on until the 15th.
Oh, so that's dope. Okay.
Yeah,
Alright.
I'll shout them out as well. But yeah, Mick, Shania, I feel like are very openly vocal about being Ace and like giving like education, even though you know they don't have to, but
They don't
like
have to,
they
yeah,
do.
exactly. So yeah. Yeah, I was gonna say like yeah, that's also true. Like they don't have to too. I was gonna say that. Also true. Um, because it's just really hard to have to like constantly, be that person, putting all this labor in, like that takes a lot to do, you know. But yeah, I would definitely recommend you will not forget you will not regret following them. That's one thing I would definitely say. Um, but yeah, I did want to ask you like I know
Yeah.
I asked you like about like June, but like I don't know if there's anything like for like disability pride that like you're looking forward to doing or anything that like you're trying to do.
I don't really know yet because I was so busy like planning this month that I haven't
Okay.
really put too much thought into next month yet. I know that I'm going to be joining on the Disability Pride raid train that Chi Chi is organizing.
Okay. Yeah.
But other than that,
Yeah.
I'm not sure
Okay.
yet.
Okay. Okay.
Are you doing anything
Yeah.
for it? Do you know yet?
I I've been looking for like things to do or like help organize like IRL. I've been looking for things to help organize. Haven't really found anything yet, but I'm like keeping my ears open and I'm like letting my mutuals know that like okay, I'm available like for like a few days in the month. Um so
Mm-hmm.
cuz like I definitely do, want to do something to be
Yeah.
supportive,
Mm-hmm.
but yeah, I definitely do want to do something though to be supportive for disability pride too.
Mm-hmm.
Um even if it I even thought of like just putting like getting a thread together on like history of like disability pride and like what it like,
Oh yeah,
'cause
that
I
would be a
put
great
some
resource.
I
Yeah.
put some stuff together, like a few things, but
Mm-hmm.
if I can get back to it though. I think I'm at like 6 or 7 tweets right now. Because like I definitely do like want folks to have like like a point of reference. Like
Yeah.
okay, like how can I learn?
Mm-hmm.
You know, because I think like it's people um people say things about social media, but like like you can learn a lot.
Oh, I've
You
learned so
know,
much through social media that I wouldn't
social
have
media.
learned through the news because the news is so like filtered and
You know,
uh, capitalistic. There's also so many paywalls on like news
I know it
sources too.
sucks.
Mm-hmm.
It sucks. I know. And like I don't know if you heard, but like apparently like they're trying to well I don't know if it's legit or not. I have to like look it up, but like
Mm-hmm.
they're doing like an ID verification for like if you have like the subscription, like they're adding
That's so
like
weird.
yeah, and I'm like the ID verification is like through like an Israeli owned like tech company, and
Ew.
I'm like, what
Oh
the fuck? Like,
no, fuck
like
that.
this shit is like
Uh-uh.
like I'm just like, like what the fuck? Like what is this? Like, like it's just
Ew.
so like well if anything, like I'll definitely use it as like a galvanizing point, to remind people that like, all this stuff is linked.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
Everything is so
you
interwoven.
know, um because like I'm not because like especially like for a lot of folks like I would remind them that like like what's going on in the Congo and Sudan
Mm-hmm.
is like all these things are together
Yep.
like
It's
I
all
remind folks
connected.
all connected especially how I tell people like for folks who didn't know like um one of Israel's biggest imports is diamonds, right? And
Mm-hmm.
like where do they get those from? Right? Like
Yep.
you can know you don't have to so it's like all of these things like are linked together, and I think I definitely try my best to remind people that like everything is together,
Mm-hmm.
um, and that our efforts have to be um, they have to be linked. It's not just like, oh, it's not just ceasefire. It's like, no, like the liberated, right?
It's
Like
liberation
liberation.
first. Like that's the most important part, is
Um,
freeing these people that are living in abysmal conditions and under
you
colonization.
know, I feel like some people, kind of got lost in it, and they're like, oh,
Mm-hmm.
like ceasefire, and I'm like, no, it's not ceasefire. It's liberation.
Mm-hmm.
Like we're not changing it. You know, um,
Yeah.
it's I feel like similarly, with Pride too. It's like no cops at Pride. Not like, oh,
No. Mm-mm.
reduce, like no, like none, no cops.
None.
None.
0 is the correct
Zero.
number.
Like that. That's what it
Mm-hmm.
is. Um, um, yeah. Like keeping the core, keeping the core message is essential. And not losing it. I feel like it's easy to. Um, but but yeah, like that's what it's about. And it feels good to remind people too, because like some people say like, oh yeah, like you're right, like it is about liberation, right? Like it is about abolition, right? Like it's not, oh, like defund like sounds nice, but it's like no, like they need to go, like like um like we're trying to remind folks, who are doing actions, like no, like try not to lose it, like this is what it is.
Mm-hmm.
Um, like the message has to stay.
Absolutely. We can't
Um,
like lose focus
I
on
mean,
the
can't lose
what we're supposed
focus,
to be doing
you
here.
know, you know.
Mm-hmm.
But I just hope though. I think it'll be okay. Um, the People's Pride Coalition March is on the 30th, um, June 30th. Yeah, so that's a Sunday, the last Sunday in June. Um, so I'm definitely looking forward to that. I think there's like another marshalling training coming up soon because they have two.
Mm-hmm.
Um, so, but yeah, I think outside of that though, I'm not sure like if there's anything like IRL like I might be doing.
Mm-hmm.
Just because like it takes a lot out of me to like to just be outside, for like
Absolutely. It's
like
very
hours at a
draining.
time.
Mm-hmm.
Even though like I know it's necessary, but like at the same time, it's just like it takes a lot. Um, so I don't know. I'll see. Um, yeah, definitely though. Like for July, like I said, I definitely want to see if I can even just do like a few tweets a week and just like get that done, because like I feel like there's definitely a lot of information that people can benefit from. Um, Especially when recognizing that like disability pride like exists, because like people say, oh, pride's over, pride's over this and that, and I'm like, no, but like look at July is like right there. You know what I mean? Like people like, and like they're not like separate from each other. Like you don't say, okay, pride. I mean, I know like on the calendar, yeah, like they're separate, but like the the messages and like what you're fighting for like are linked, right? Like it's one isn't necessarily separate from the other. um like this, like the fight for recognizing HIV/AIDS as a chronic illness, right? Like as a disability,
Yes.
right? Like all these like it's linked, like with pride, right? Like just disability
Yep.
pride, like these things are linked together, like they're not separate. um
Mm-hmm.
so so yeah, if if anything, like that'll be my contribution. um and yeah, so I'm looking forward to it as a whole though. Otherwise,
Good. I'm glad.
I think like within these past few years, like I've educated myself more and more on it. um and in turn I've been able to like do the same for other people.
Mm-hmm.
especially like for other disabled folks too, like who may not necessarily have known or like want to like educate themselves more, but it's like may not necessarily have the spoons to like do like a whole Google investigation.
Mhm.
It takes a lot to do that too, right? Like to have to like
Yeah.
look up resources and everything. But if like you have, which is also why I'm thankful, for folks like who do like these long Twitter threads, right, or who do like these things, because it's like, or who make the TikToks and they have like links in their captions, right?
Right.
Because it's like that is really helpful in a way, and they have links to sources that like aren't paywalled, right? Or like they'll just like
Yes. Oh my goodness.
have a copy and paste of like the article like on like a Google Doc or something, so you can read
Mhm.
it and not have to like contribute to the PPC, you know. And that's something like I will say like it's just so damn frustrating. I mean, I expect paywalls usually most of the time now, but
Yeah.
it's just like like it's just so regular, like everything.
Mhm.
Why is everything a subscription?
I'm saying
Like I'm sorry,
we
but it's
need
just like,
capitalism to
oh
go.
my god, I need to go. Like everything is a subscription now.
Everything is a
Like the
subscription, yeah.
subscription model is taking over. Like, and I'm just like,
Mhm.
I hate that. Like, I wanted to get paper towels the other day on Amazon, and it was like, oh, do you want a subscription? Like, you can get it every month or every 2 months. And I'm like, no, I just want to
Like
get them right now. That's
right.
it. Like,
No,
like,
stop it.
so you can charge me every 2 months for like fucking like, you know what I'm saying? Like,
Mhm.
it's just oh, like I hate that model. I mean, like I get why the model exists, but it's like it's
Yeah.
just it's everywhere now, and everywhere wants to
Mhm.
offer you. Like I can't even like go like and run errands without like, oh, like subscription, like
Yep.
and I'm just like, bro, like it'll be like the most like wild like
Mhm.
non-essential things too, like
Yeah,
what
it's
I'm
just like
saying,
shoved
like
down our throats at this point.
something off the roads, I'm just like, mind you, like this has to be the one saying, oh, we're shoving our agenda. Like, no, y'all are shoving the fucking capitalist agenda with fucking
Yes.
subscriptions and shit. Like, y'all are
Please.
shoving that, like shit down our
Mhm.
fucking our throats, like. And it's just
Mhm.
like, I mean, I laugh sometimes, but at the same time, like, that's gets scary, like how like this shit is like being pushed everywhere,
Mm.
you know. Like my credit card provider, they tried to like they were trying to charge me for like, I think it was like some kind of like fraud alert or like social security alert or something like that. They were like, oh, like if you pay an extra $15, we can give you this alert. And I'm like, what? So I have to pay more on the credit card so they'll tell me if like it's misused?
That's
Like what? Like
in
what
what
is
world
like,
is that
oh my
like?
god. Like I'm like, what?
That's
Can you
so
imagine like they're charging you so that way like they can tell you when your thing is being used improperly? Like what? Like
just exploiting us at that
I'm
point.
just
Oh my
like,
god.
it's wild. I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. That's something I think about like often, and about how like I just like it just really frustrates me. That like it's just like everywhere I go, it's just like, can you offer you this, offer you this, offer you this, right? Or like how so many things. I don't know, like if it is where it's saying where you are, but like how so many places here like are just becoming cashless, right?
Mhm.
Um, and it's like I don't really like that. I think it's like really classist. That I think it's
Yes.
just really like there's just so many problems.
Mhm.
And it's not accessible. For a lot of folks.
Mhm.
And I used to think like say if you asked me like a few years ago, like I would think, oh, like, well, cashless is great. I mean, people can just use cards. But it's like, no, like everyone can't have a card, or like everyone can't have a bank account, or let me not say can't have, but people won't have the means to access that, or for whatever their status is, they may not necessarily be able to have a bank account, right, or whatever. So it's like,
Mhm.
you know, it's it's certain parts of the city, like like you can tell by the demographic there and the gentrification, like they'll be, oh no, cashless only, or like, oh, they won't have like places to sit, or like they won't, or the places
Yeah.
that they have to sit are just like, so like what's the term for like people who decorate their houses were like really like with like nothing? It's like
Like minimalist?
it minimalist. Yes, that's it. Like it's
Mm.
like really like minimalist, right? So it's like the chairs are like really really thin, like skinny, and like they're like, it's like to kind of like keep you from not staying there. And
Right.
it's like,
Mhm.
and it's just like, it's like, I don't know. It's, I mean, granted, like, we're still in the pandemic, so I'm not saying like, I'm not gonna be sitting down like inside and like eating, but it's like they're like discouraged, like they're like kind of like, okay, just buy it and then leave, like, or they're trying to like push you out, you know. It's
Yeah.
like, no, like, well, what if you want to like sit, you know, just like for a little bit, like you can't even be comfortable.
Mhm.
A lot of the infrastructure out here too is changing. Like there, some of the trains that I'm seeing, like they're, instead of it being like a long, if you can imagine like a bench kind of thing, they added like dividers into some of the trains,
Ugh.
like imagine like a bench, right? Like, and
Yeah.
like, you know, you have like one end to one end, right? But
Mhm.
they added like dividers, like two dividers on the bench to
Mhm.
separate it into like three individual like
Yep.
seats, you know. And I'm just like, you know, we know why, like, because like they,
Oh, we
it's
all know why they do it.
you know why they do it, you know.
Yep.
And it's a so, and I'm like, really, like, what if like, cause you know, I know if I'm behind these like electric space, I gotta like fucking, I gotta stands, you know, like I know I'm
Mhm.
not gonna be able to squeeze in there, you know, like,
Right.
um, I don't know, but at the same time, I know it's hard to imagine leaving here. I feel like I've been here like my whole life, and it's part of me like kind of doesn't, it's hard to imagine leaving, um, and you know, just having like rebuild like community, you know, in other places. But I will say it's reassuring like having mutuals and having like a lot of like folks, you know, online that I'm close to, like who are, you know, all over, you know. And it gives me hope and reassures me that, you know, you can, like, there's community, right, in so many different places, right.
Yeah. Mm.
um it's, I think the like the physical aspect of like, you know, moving and relocating, like that's one thing in itself. But it is helpful to be reminded that, you know, like I have, you know, people who are, you know, close to me, and I'm close with them, and like, you know, they're in different parts of the country or like are outside the country, you know.
Mhm.
um it makes your world a little bit smaller, um and you don't
Yeah.
necessarily have to feel like there's, you know, no one who understands or who empathizes,
Mhm.
you know. And like having, you know, like servers like the Black Envy's like Discord, I think like that is like is really dope too, you know, because I mean like there's a lot of like, you know, everyone there is like, you know, black, you know, and non-binary,
Mhm.
so it's like it's really, you know, awesome, you know, to like have like these spaces where like you have folks who share, you know, your intersections, you know.
Yeah.
You don't constantly have to feel like you're on guard, you know. You don't have to feel
Mhm.
like you're minimizing yourself because you may feel unsafe in a certain space, you know, whether in person or, you know, IRL. Like I can't tell you the amount of like, um, both, right? But like especially like, you know, IRL spaces that like they would, you know, advertise themselves as like, oh, you know, like we're here for everybody, or oh, like, you know, like, you know, we're you know, non-binary group, or we're like, you know, we're you know, like a trans, like a, you know, like a women non-binary group, which again I really don't like. So as soon as I see that, like, you know, women, like quote unquote women and non-binary, I'm just like, I run away because I'm like, I know like I'm not gonna be welcome there.
Right,
So
because they just think
and I hate
non-binary
that.
is like women
Yeah, and
light.
you know, and
Mhm.
I don't think that's fair, you know, like for a
It's
lot of
not.
folks. And I, cause I know like for me, if it's like, if like some days, okay, you know, I just want to be androgynous. Some days, like some days, okay, I'll be like high femme. Some days, like, some days I don't want to. You know
Mhm.
what I'm saying? And it's like, why should I have to like put on or like perform solely because you will only accept me if like I look this way, or like you'll only accept me if like
Yeah.
I'm you'll only accept me if like I'm what's the word, like adjacent to like cis, you know, I guess to like cishood,
To the
right? Like I'm only
binary. Like they want you to
binary,
still
yeah,
present in the binary so it's not so
binary.
uncomfortable for them to like look at you.
Look at you, you know.
Mhm.
So it's like it's just, you know, so it's like it's yeah, I feel like for a while, you know, it took me some time to you know, this goes back to what we were talking about before. You know, it took me time to be like, you know, and also Bestie too. She would tell me like, no, like it's not fair, you know, for you to like be in those spaces, like because like they're not honoring you and like your identity, like they're not like, you know, they aren't you know, really being respectful of like who you are, you know, like in totality, like they're only, you know, really tolerating, you know, what you're giving them, right? Like they're not tolerating like, you know, who you are, like, right? Like, and how
Mhm.
layer your identity is, you know, like they're not really honoring that or valuing that. It's like they only see this, and this is what they care about. And if you didn't come that way, like, would they let you in, or like if you went, like, you feel like you'd be safe, 'cause I know, like, there have been times where, like, I know people are like staring at me, right? Or I know, like, because, like, if I don't talk a certain way, like, or if I do talk a certain way, like, automatically, like, they'll just like, like, like what that feeling is like when you're being
Yes.
like, when it's not even verbal, but like it's like the way people are looking at you, or like the way, like, you know, you're it's the way that people like are engaging with you or not engaging with you, that like
Right.
just like, right? And it's just maybe it's perk being take perk being neurodivergent too. It's kind of like a spider sense in a
Oh my
way.
gosh,
Like I can
yeah.
just tell, you know. And but yeah, I think that's also something that I think is, and then that's a recurring thing too, especially like, in like non-binary, like gender non-conforming, like gender queer spaces, like, because I have some mutuals who are gender fluid or gender queer, and it's like, you know, some days I'm like this, some days I'm like that, some days I'm like this, and it's like that's just like who they are, and it's
Yeah.
like, why are you trying so hard to like force them into like a binary, or force them into cis, you know um
Mhm.
adjacency? Like, why are you trying to force that? Like, isn't the whole goal, like, isn't like, our existence, like, existing outside of that? Like, it's just like, why, like what, like, honestly, I don't know. Like, and what is the appeal too? Like, what is the appeal? I don't know. Somebody gotta tell me. Like, what is the appeal of like trying to push somebody, like, or like
Mhm.
wanting to be so adjacent to like cis, like cis? I want to know. Somebody has to tell me, because like no one's convinced me like what the benefits are. I'd honestly like to know.
'Cause
You
there's
know,
none.
like,
They just don't want to feel uncomfortable because they don't understand something.
you
You don't have
know,
to
like,
understand something to accept it, like an identity or whatever.
like, I'm just really wondering. I'm like, wait, wow, y'all are so caught up in like cis adjacency. Like,
Yep.
what is the appeal? Like, I like what? Like, I don't know. I mean, like I said, I laugh sometimes because I'm just like, what is? I genuinely want to know. Like, what's the appeal? Like,
Mhm.
it's whenever I think about it, I'm just like, I don't really understand where y'all are coming from. Like, y'all are just trying to be palatable to like cisheads. Or try, or like what is it?
Basically,
Like, you
yeah.
think if you look a certain way, or if you talk a certain way, or like if you present a certain way, like, then they won't take your rights away. Like, you know what I'm saying? I'm like, no,
Yeah,
like none of,
no, yeah. Mhm.
none of you are safe. Like, none of us are safe. Like,
Mm-mm.
I think they like that's like respectability, like, is not gonna save you. Like, it's just like all these movements, and these, like, like the let's drop the T, or like, those groups,
Oh
right?
god, yeah.
Like, y'all are so hell bent on like distancing yourselves, so like, y'all rights are under the chopping block too. Like, it's
Mhm.
like they don't care. Like, y'all are doing the work for them.
Literally.
Like,
Like, what do you think is gonna
and it's
happen
like,
when they're done coming for trans rights? They're
eh,
gonna come back for all the rest of it.
everybody, like,
Everybody
and like
is like
it's
in
just
danger.
it's just like, and mind you, like, like these rights are linked too. Like, it's just like, there are a lot of times people like will try to think about them as being exclusionary, but it's like, no, like, if you, as somebody who has the capacity um to carry a child, it's like, then your rights are under the chopping block. It doesn't matter, like, what your
Yeah.
gender identity is. You know
Mhm.
what I'm saying? Like, your right, like, your ability to get, like, abortion care, or your ability to get, reproductive care, like, that shit's on the chopping block too. Because of like these super, right wing crystal fascists. Like,
Yep.
y'all are also like, like, it's, but I don't know, maybe like it'll take them actually, like, chopping, these laws away, to actually then to realize that by then maybe it'll be too late. But like, it's, you know we've been trying to tell them, like, for a minute, like, no, like, y'all shit is gonna get taken too. Like,
Mhm.
it's not just us. Like, you people try to like isolate and put things into a box, but it's like, no, like these things are linked. you know
Exactly.
um and it's scary, and and like, it's, people are, like, becoming more, cognizant and aware of it, but it's just like, I think about, this, election and everything, and just like I don't know. I'm not gonna get out too much because, like I said, I probably won't even end up participating. I mean, like I'll
Mm-hmm.
I'm conflicted sometimes, but at the same time, it's like I'm not gonna get pressured into doing this. Like, oh well, this one's better than this person. If like this one did 99 fucked up things, oh, but he did 100, so he did one
Right.
less. So you know what I'm
Obviously, that's
saying?
the
It's
better
like
option.
an option, like, and I think it's like, I mean, I'm not gonna lie, like I voted for Barack, like, when he got reelected, because
Mm-hmm.
I thought he was great. I'm like, oh, we gotta. Again, I was so caught up in like the optics, right? Like I was like, oh
Right.
wow, yeah, Barack person, like family, like how they out here, like you know what I'm saying. I was so, and again, and that's wanted like that's valid too. I'm not taking that away from that. Or for folks like who are older, right? Like or who
Mm-hmm.
grew up here, like you know, um, like Black Americans, right, who had to like their ancestors literally fought like for the right to vote, right? Like I'm not taking like any of that away from them, 'cause I think that's also valid and and important to be sensitive to and mindful to, while at the same time recognizing that that office of like the presidency is like it doesn't matter who sits there, like it's that you're gonna be like a war criminal, you're gonna be like so many different fucking problems. It doesn't matter who
Yes.
sits there,
Mm-hmm.
you know. It's and I'm seeing that also like so many other politicians like who will claim their identities are this and they'll claim this, but like y'all are going around and like adopting white Christo fascism, right?
Yep.
Like you'll preach all day about how your parents, oh, we're immigrants and they did this and whatever, but like okay, well you've assimilated into white supremacy, so like what is the
Right.
point of like um and like for us, like I think it really comes down to like I said before, like reiterating that like trying to play respectability or trying to play into you know being palpable or being as close to like cishet normativity like isn't gonna protect you, right? Like it's not gonna save you. Um, and this is not new, right? This whole idea of like, oh, you trying to do this to feel like you're safe, to feel like you're excluded from everybody else losing like their rights. Like it's really laughable because like it's not true. Um,
Mm-hmm.
like you're just as risk as as me or as anybody else.
Yep.
You know, so I don't know. I think it's all the more reason why organizing and resisting is essential, and that like when you
Mm-hmm.
think about like what pride really means, and like the history of it, that like we stand by that, right? Like remembering like what it actually means. Like yeah,
Absolutely.
it's a celebration, but like it's also like a protest, right? Like it's a
Yeah,
rebellion,
it is.
right?
It's a
Like it's
protest.
just um and I think like remembering and being mindful of that,
Mm-hmm.
and like always circling back to that, um,
Yeah.
because like yes, I'm not trying to take away, our happiness, and our joy, right, and like our ability
Right.
to celebrate that, but I think also remembering, um, especially like here in like in NYC, it's like the history of it and what it really means, you
Mm-hmm.
know, um, and the people that we've lost, the people unnecessarily, like whether it's because of like illness, or because of state sanctioned violence, right? Because of like so many
Yeah.
different um things that have happened, or forces in play that um we really need to honor them, and and one of the most important ways we can do that is to like celebrate this as it was meant to be, like as like resistance, as a rebellion,
Mm-hmm.
and really holding on to that core message, um, because I don't know, because like what would we have if we didn't have that, you know, like
Yeah, literally
where would we
nothing.
be? Literally nothing,
Yeah.
like where would we be?
Mm-hmm.
Um, I think it's just it's hard to think about sometimes, about like um where would you be at all, if it wasn't for the folks who came before, especially like like the black trans women, who said, like, no, like this is what fucking has to be done,
Mm-hmm.
you know, and they made it happen, um, and like honoring like their legacies, um, I just, yeah, I do feel like a lot of folks kind of got lost it a bit, or
Yeah.
that corporate check was too fat, and they was like,
Ugh.
oh, well, I'm gonna take that,
Yeah.
like they was like, all right, I'm gonna take this check, and then just
Mm-hmm.
hyper individualism, right?
Oh gosh,
Um,
yeah.
you know, um, so like, oh yeah, like I'm organizing the parade, but okay, fucking Coca-Cola gonna offer me this check for this, okay, I'm gonna take it then. You know what I'm saying? So instead of like being reminded that like no, like this is who we're rebelling against, you know. So yeah, I don't know. I think like one of the something I try to remember, and uh, especially around this time of the year, is that rebellion and resistance, right, are core.
Exactly.
And there are so many ways to do it. Like your existence is like right, like your resistance, like, but there are also like so many different ways that like you can you can resist, right, and you can
Mm-hmm.
show what this really means. You know, whether it's online or in person, there are so many things that you can do, and that every
Yeah.
effort counts.
Exactly, yeah. No
Like
matter how
I
small.
don't how small. I think I don't try to minimize anybody's um I don't know, how do I say, like, I don't know, contribution. I don't know, like anybody's what anybody does. No matter what it looks like, even if
Mm-hmm.
you donate someone's crowdfund, you give them, like, you know what I'm saying, like
Yeah.
that's
Mutual
money that
aid,
like
that kind of thing.
mutual aid.
Mm-hmm.
Like Chichi said a while ago, how mutual aid, is what we should be supporting, more than charity. Granted, like charity is important, but also
Mm-hmm.
like mutual aid, objectively, like will do more than charity will do. Because like you're going like directly to what this person, or people need, and like, yeah, all the more reason, like like see someone's crowdfund, you see someone's, this, like you can RT it, like
Mm-hmm.
if you got the means, like you got the coin, like you know what to do,
Yeah.
and we also know like it's hard because like there's so many of us that like are in need.
Mm-hmm.
Um, so I definitely won't take away that. But just quick to interject, how much time do you have? Because I have like 20 minutes,
You have 20
like a
minutes?
half hour. I didn't know, like I didn't know
22.
what
Yeah, that's
when.
fine.
Okay,
Whenever
I didn't know
you're whenever
what
you
your
have to
time
go
frame
is
was.
fine.
Um,
Yeah, we can do
yeah,
another 20 to 30 minutes.
yeah,
That's totally fine.
30 minutes. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And especially like for folks who like are um in their respective fields, like I know for me, like I know like I think there's only like there's literally only a handful of like actual like trans physicians that I know, and like they're online too.
Mm.
But it sucks, right? Because like there's only like a handful, but also like their presence is impactful, right? Like their existence, and like your existence, like wherever you are, like is powerful in itself.
Yeah.
Like whatever your title is, like it doesn't have to necessarily be healthcare. Like if you're like in software, like you're in tech. Like granted, I feel like I know a lot of. I feel like I don't know if it's the same thing for you, but like a lot of like the queer and trans people that I know, like they're either like in music, like they're DJs, or like they're in tech. They're
Mm.
like they do coding, or like they do like security, like IT security, or they're like in like engineering, like sounds and stuff,
Yeah.
like kind of
Mm-hmm.
like podcasting and stuff. I don't know how it is for you. I feel like some of the ones that I know, like they're in like those fields, and I always think it's interesting, like whenever I
Mm-hmm.
meet somebody and they're like, oh yeah, like I'm this, and I'm like, yeah, why do I feel like I meet so many and like y'all are like in the same like field, like y'all just be like,
Yeah.
I mean, I laugh
I
a
do
bit. It's
notice that
like
as well, yeah.
You know that as well. So it's like
Mhm.
I'd be thinking like, cause I'm like, wait, I know like a lot of like DJs or like sound engineers like stuff, or like they're like in tech.
Mhm.
Um, um, so I was like, think it's like it's interesting. Like whenever I meet people, they tell me like, I'm like, oh wait, so like I don't know why I assume like everyone knows each other, even though tech is like a huge field, especially like in New York. But
Right.
um, I guess the pool is a little bit smaller when you think of like people's identities and like and who you know.
Mhm.
Um, I'm like I laugh a bit. Um, yeah, can you just give me a minute? I'm just gonna run to the bathroom again.
Yeah, go ahead.
All right, so I'll be right back.
Okay. I will run our ads. Piss. Gotta go to the piss garden. I'm gonna grab a drink because I finished my coffee. I'm not gonna BRB screen, but I'm gonna grab a drink. I grabbed some lemonade. Still got a minute on ads. What the what are they doing? Speedy. Well, to be fair, my kitchen is literally like right there. It's right there. So it doesn't take me long to get a drink or anything. Because it's like 5 steps away from my desk. Oh my god. Stuff is making sounds. Something in my eyeball. Saki? No. Saki's not making sound. Saki is napping somewhere. Being cute? Nah. That's what y'all are doing. Oh, like in my... Every time I trim my fringe, it's always uneven. I blame the fact that I have naturally curly hair. Not much I can do about that. Oh my god, I just saw the Watson. What a baby. Aww. You are my mirror. POV. You're my mirror where I fix my fringe 80 million times a day. Oh, excuse me. So I guess we're probably going for 20 to 30 minutes is what Ebony said. I hope you've all been enjoying the chats. I love the dino dance. He's so cute. Dancy. Hitting the EP zone? Yes, please get some rest, River. If you're getting EP, go sleepy, you know? If you're EP, go sleepy. That goes for all of you. If you're EP, go sleepy. Sleep is important. EP, go sleepy. EP, go sleepy. CP, go EP. EP, go now you clipping. Thank you for clipping. You're so silly. The wrong bip again. Huh? Oh, the bong. I was so confused. A collection of bongs, as it should be. My schedule for the 21st. The 21st, I have something at 3 p.m.
All right,
Eastern and then
I'm
8
back.
p.m. Eastern. Welcome back.
All right, thank you. Captions still good, or let me take a look and see.
Possibly. They might just be taking a second.
Okay. If you need a new link, just let me know. Well, you can send a new one if anything.
Yeah, I'm gonna send you a new one.
Yeah. All right. Let me second see. All right. Give you a sec. Doing it now. All right. Thank you. Done. So is this what you like? What you
Hmm?
like primarily use for captions, or is it
Yeah.
just? Oh, okay. All right. And
Mm-hmm.
how do you feel? Like you feel like it's in terms of like ease of use and like I guess accuracy. I guess to a degree. Like how do you feel? Like you feel like it's a good
Yeah.
tool to
I
use?
I feel
Yeah.
like it captures my voice best out of all the ones I've tried. Um,
Okay.
and it's
Makes sense.
definitely, I feel like, easy to set up. And I do like that if I've got guests, they can also have captions,
Yeah.
even if they
That's
do
true
break
too.
sometimes.
Yeah. Okay. No. That's true too.
Yeah.
Because I feel like it's just been limiting only using the Twitch one.
Mm-hmm.
So like that one is like I mean it's something right, but like sometimes like
Right.
I feel like a lot of things get missed, and then also like you said like if I'm with somebody else like then they'll be able to well if trying to like their voice would come through like I said only if like they're in like a game VC or like if they're in like a VC, but if they're not then they won't be able to hear.
Right.
Um but either way like it's only mine would be
Mm-hmm.
set into captions. So it's like yeah
Yeah.
I okay so I think I might give this a shot then I'll see if well at least like well with the setup that I have in the meantime now if I could use that because um I've been looking for alternatives for a while, but I just been stuck with the default one.
Mm-hmm.
For Twitch, which is great. Like it's fine. I want to have
Yeah.
something, but also like
There are a lot more options now also, I feel like. I can send you like a list. I know Pink Umbrella made like a list of the different captioning services that are out now. And you can
okay,
always
yeah,
like
yeah,
try and see what works best with your voice because unfortunately like captioning services are different based on your voice as well. Like if you've got a deeper voice, like a higher pitched voice, if you have an
okay.
accent, like
Oh,
they
okay,
won't
okay, okay. Yeah,
all
that's
work for the
yeah,
same people, you know?
that's true too. Okay, okay, okay. Got it. All right, yeah. So is that in the on the resources channel in the DC3 Court Discord
Um,
or?
I don't know, but I'm gonna grab it and I'll send it to you if I can.
Is it? Yeah, that'll be helpful. So um. Tech as a whole is like a struggle for me. So I'm like
That's
trying to learn. I'm
understandable.
trying to learn more. Like it's
Mm-hmm.
just almost I'm asking like, okay, like if captions, like how because um I I definitely want to like not necessarily do things. Well, maybe do things like this, but like just having somebody else like on, and then
Uh-huh.
like okay, I'll be able to caption them too. You know what I mean? So it's like
Yeah.
I want to like you know how to do that or at least like have like somewhat of an idea like some of the plugins that people use or the services. So
Mm-hmm.
let me look right now. I think um, cause I hate how like if I'm playing with like someone that like somebody knows or but then it's like they there's no captions for that person's voice or if it's like more than one person.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Um, that can definitely be frustrating.
Mm-hmm.
Um, How are you feeling though?
I'm okay.
Yeah.
Are you feeling all right?
Yeah,
I
yeah.
know
No, I just wanted to check in.
I know it's
Just wanted to check
draining.
in. So no, it's
So,
fine. I'm always eager to get resources. Because like
mhm.
I know I'm trying to navigate this thing, and like I said, I set a goal for December to have like a actual setup, PC setup. So I've been like putting money away little by little for that. So uh, because it's just like the limitations right now like are just
Yeah.
frustrating. So I mean I work with it what I got, but it's just like I
Mhm.
know I want to be able to do more things. So and it's like really limiting right now. Um, but then also like grad school too. It's like everything costs money, and I hate that.
Oh, I
Like,
know.
why does everything cost money?
Everything.
Like, why can't I just use like Monopoly money or something? Like, I don't know.
For real, or like in-game money. I would love to be able to like transfer my
Like,
money from games into real
in-game
life.
currency. Even though,
Yeah.
okay, I will say though, like it was kind of fucked up though. Like, in like some of the early Pokemon games, how like a bike would cost like $1 million. Like, wait,
Oh my
why
god,
is a bike
literally,
worth a
why is
fucking million currency? Like,
Stop.
is the bike that is the bike that valuable that it costs like a million Pokemon
Yeah.
currency? Like, there ain't no way like
There's
that thing
no
costs a
way.
million Pokemon currency.
Mm-mm.
Like, it was like nah, like they're trying to rob me. So.
They are.
I swear, like, I don't know, that just, damn, I want to go back to those one day. Well, I have a Switch, so I wonder if we can play them on Switch. The retro ones, like Fire Red and all those. I don't
I think if you have
know.
the like the really like deluxe Nintendo Online they have,
Oh, nah,
um
I got the basic ass.
yeah, I think with the deluxe one they've got like a bunch of other ports now, like the Nintendo 64, Game Boy Advance, I
Okay,
think, and stuff. But
okay,
you can
yeah.
also get emulators as well.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I did for a while. Like, it's just hard the ones that support Mac. So, because like I had a Mac for a few years now, and it's like not the same as like when I had a PC. Like when I had a PC, like I mean Windows, like I could just do all that. I don't know, but it's been kind of rough with that. And I don't know.
Mhm.
I also this tier system thing too. Like this kind of bullshit. Cause like I saw a
Oh
tweet the
yeah.
other day. It was like, oh, can you imagine paying for a subscription and still getting ads? I'm like,
Literally, like what am
I'm
I even paying you for if you're
like,
just
what
gonna
am
give me
I
ads
paying
anyway?
for? What am I paying for? Like that shit hit me so hard because I'm just like, yo, like who, like literally, like all these the ones like I share, um, like the community ones, like the Hulu, the Peacock, like
Oh my god, there's so many now.
oh, and Prime Video too.
Yeah, there's
Um,
Prime, there's Peacock,
like
there's HBO,
there's like
there's so many, and they just keep like more and more
you know,
keep popping up.
popping up, like or like they're trying to bundle things now, and it's like
Yeah.
granted, like I canceled HBO Max as soon as I heard about that,
Mhm.
that the Wizardry collab.
Ugh.
So it's
Yep.
just like yeah, so
Fuck that.
I just hate that I can't watch. I have to like look for a site to watch sort of on. I don't know if you've heard of that show. It's really good.
Mm.
On HBO Max. Well, it's an original show, but it's a really dope like BIPOC and trans cast. But the story follows like Sabi. They're
Mhm.
um non-binary. I think they're Pakistani. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
And they're living in Canada, and it's basically like just navigating like their life and um like dealing with like their parents and like their siblings and all this stuff. It's really good. Like the first like it's only 3 seasons, but like the whole cast is like really dope. Some of the writing like obviously I have issues with, but like I'm mad though because it's like I have to like find a third party site that like streams it because I have to finish the
Mhm.
third season and
What is it called?
um so I don't know, it's frustrating.
What was the show called again?
Um it's called Sort of.
Sort of.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna add that.
Unmatched, you know, yeah, it's really good. Like I really like it. Like it's a lot of this like oh my god, like so much shit like cuts deep too. Like it goes into like, cause like the actor who plays Sabi, like they're also like a lot of this stuff is like based on like their like real life experiences too, like blah blah. So um it's like a lot of this stuff like you'll be crying like
Oh,
like it's just like it's good like
I'm
it's
adding it to my list of things that I
yeah,
need
and like
to
each
check
season is
out.
only like 6 or 7 episodes each season. I think it's like 6 episodes each season. Like
Mhm.
it's really short. It's not like they're long. Um and yeah, like they're like that's I've been loving it. Again, every show has issues with writing, but
Right,
I
of
think like
course.
I like really liked it. And like I'll probably watch it over again. And like I have to make a whole thread on like Sabi's like outfits, and like you'll see why too. Like when you watch the show, like Sabi's outfits are
Mhm.
like amazing. Like they like know how to dress. Like you'll see when like when like if you ever do like get to it, like you'll see what I mean.
Mhm.
Where like no, I have to make a thread of like all of Sabi's like outfits because like their wardrobe is just like on point. Um, Yeah, so 'cause I don't know. I think outside of that, like I haven't really been. I know we were talking about it before, but like I haven't really been like watching too many new things. It's more so just like I've been rewatching a lot of stuff
Yeah.
and just like kind of just like guilty pleasure, like stuff too. Um,
Mhm.
I don't know if like what that looks for you, but I know like for me, like I love like these like super out of whack like disaster like movies, like where there's like 100-foot, tsunami and like
Oh my gosh,
a
yeah.
20.0 earthquake happening.
Yeah.
Like the most like out
The
of
most
pocket, like
bizarre
wild,
things.
bizarre
Yeah.
thing. Yes, like those. I don't know what it is with those movies. Like I'm like attracted to them. If I see it, I'm gonna watch it. Like, cause like they're
Mhm.
just like so out of pocket, and like the acting usually is like it's usually like a low budget thing. So the acting is usually like just kind of like so out of there
Mhm.
that it's funny. And
Yeah.
like one of the, like there was this one scene in one of them where one of the geologists, he was like studying the earthquake, and then he's like, oh, like he's like calling one of his people at like the news station, and then he's like, oh, like you need to like there's like a 7.0 earthquake or whatever like on the way, and then the reporter's like, oh, what should like who should we call, and he's like, everybody. It's like
Call
so like
everyone.
it's so cliche, but it's funny. Like it's like it's like so like dramatic, but like not. It's I don't know. Like I don't know like the word for it. But it's like cheesy, but like it's like you expect like they're gonna say that, but it's like so cheesy and like I don't know what it is with this kind of movies. Like I just like
Yeah, there's something
like I'm
comforting in
just
like the
like
cheesy
comforting. It's cheesiness,
variety. Mhm.
like like a giant sinkhole opening up and like swallowing Manhattan, like
Yeah.
you know,
Yeah.
like, you know,
Mhm.
like it's I don't know, like I feel like I just like those kind of things just like let my neurodivergence just like act in the way that it's meant to, and like I can
Mhm.
just enjoy and like like see how out of whack so much of this stuff is. And I feel like we need those things too. Like I don't know what that what that looks for you. Like if you like things like I don't know, like if you have like a favorite genre or like show or things that like you kind of just like mindlessly like or kind of like jump down like whenever like you need something.
I definitely yeah, I definitely like to watch silly cheesy things or like unserious things, kind of like Bob's Burgers and that type of
Mhm.
vibe where it's just very unserious.
I'm serious, yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
So I feel like we need that too. Like like it's just
Yeah, we need
I can
cheesy stuff.
easy stuff.
Mhm.
Like in like which is actually like good too. Like it's not like it's like being overly done or it's not like
Mhm.
it's just like they're trying to like pander, but it's like no, like I feel like sometimes like there's like a balance between like them being like oh like legit they're trying to be serious, but also like it just comes off as cheesy. So
Yeah.
it's yeah I can't remember the last time I actually watched like I don't remember like cartoons or like anime. Like I don't know. I feel like I want to too, but like it's just kind of overwhelming sometimes with the recommendations that people give me. So it's
Yeah.
just like I kind
Mhm.
of like end up frozen and like don't watch anything. Like I
Mhm.
add so many things to my lists, but I don't end up like really watching anything. So, but
Same.
if people like ask me for things, I'll be like, oh yeah, I'll suggest um, like I said, if like it's like I said with like a show like Sort of, you'll get very emotional. Like you'll laugh too, like there are laughs, like it's a but like you'll definitely like there are definitely times where like you'll get emotional. Like I know for me, like I definitely did. I was just like second episode, literally, like I was like, like I don't want to spoil it, like I just think like sometimes like you need those moments, where like you can just like fully empathize with a character, like in
Mhm.
so many ways, like you feel like it's like your own life experience like playing out in front of
Right.
you, and like you just kind of want to hug that person, like you just want to
Yeah.
like, you're like, oh, like no, I got like, make them not let remind them that they're not alone, like or just like,
Mhm.
or I guess like in the moment that like even though like, once it feels that way, like they're not, and just like change like the whole story from there, and like just so that they don't have to deal with all the written despair and loss and trauma and everything,
Yes. Mhm.
I think like a lot of times like the media, like especially like with our own stories, like they're just like kind of just berating us over the head with like trauma, 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 trauma. Like,
Yes.
and it's not like
Absolutely.
that's not our experiences like in our lives like aren't decided by that or they're not defined by that,
Mhm.
Um like there's so many things like, about us that just, transcends like, trauma and like pain and suffering, right? Like granted, I'm not to invalidate, experiences like so many of us because like our experiences are experiences and they're valid, but
Yeah.
like it's in terms of like storytelling, right? Like they don't have to be rooted in that. It
Yeah.
doesn't have to be like the foundation doesn't have to be like, oh, pain, loss, like oh, this person like lost their parents in like a brutal thing and like all their siblings died and then you know what I'm saying? It's just like
Yes, I
it's
definitely
just it
know.
doesn't know. So
Yeah.
it's like giving us like the most over the top like out of whack thing,
Mhm.
um like no, and like knowingly like just trying to traumatize, you know. Yeah, I will say like I try to steer more towards that rather than the things that just have us only being defined by the negative things that happen to us or
Yeah.
our ability to recover from them,
Mhm.
you know? Um, like, like show us like, in our happiness, right? And like in
Mhm.
our joy, like, whatever that looks like, and not necessarily having to constantly be in a place where we're on the defensive and feeling like we need to have to be like quote unquote strong, Um,
Mhm.
'Cause I feel like that's overrated too, right? This idea of like having
Yes.
to quote unquote be strong or like
Mhm.
having to like in quote unquote endure, right? Oh, we gotta endure, and um, 'cause that's not fair to us either, you
No.
know. Like defining our lives by that, like writing whole characters whose lives are defined by everything that like they've had to just take, you know,
Mhm.
um, rather than like things that have made them happier, like they're things that have gotten them through their days, yeah, I think it's like we're so multifaceted that like we're more than our pain and our trauma,
Yeah,
you know,
exactly.
um, and sometimes I know I need to be reminded of that, you know, um, because it's easy to get stuck, like in a bad
Mhm.
pattern or bad like like, but it also helps to know that there are so many folks out here, that are doing amazing things,
Yeah.
like the folks in DC3, or like even like you, like putting all this together, which I think is like honestly, like, I know I said it before, but like I think it's phenomenal, and like I really do thank you, um, for thinking of me, I really do, like I it's like really humbling, and I want to thank you, like for being patient with me too,
Of course. Oh
um,
my gosh. Thank
like
you for, all of the chats that you've brought up and your perspectives and things are very important.
Yeah, but I do have to go 'cause I have to get ready to head out soon. I don't know if there's anything in particular like you wanted to close with or
Unless there's anything, if there's anything that you want to like promote or anything like that, you can feel free to do so.
anything go for the remote.
Yeah, if you have anything.
I don't think so. Not really. No, I mean, I guess reiterate things I was saying before, you know, like if you're gonna be about supporting the communities, be about supporting the community,
Yep.
recognize your marginalizations and where your privileges are.
Mm-hmm.
If you're gonna be about disability, then be about all disability, you know, not just the ones that you want around you, that you deem, you know, worthy of supporting, you know. Accessibility is such a wide thing. I know we can't cover it all, but at the same time, you gotta put the effort in, you know.
Yes.
Pride and disability pride aren't two separate things. They're both linked.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, to remember that at its core that, you know, this is, you know, it's a fight, you know, like it's a rebellion, like, you know, it's a revolution, you know. At the same time, you know, we can celebrate, you know, each other and be happy, and have joy while also recognizing the importance of continuing to resist, right? And continue to fight for things like abolition and continue to fight for, um, you know, those of us who may not necessarily be able to have a voice right now,
Right.
right?
Mm.
Um, and also just kindness too, and how important that goes.
Yes.
I know it's like it's a hard thing to ask of people. I know, like, especially like, you know, like I know for me, like, you know, especially it's hard to do, but I think it goes a long way. It's at the same time I also understand that if you gotta step to somebody, you gotta step because that's just what that's how it has to be. I'm from New York, like that's just how I'm built. Okay, so sometimes like it ain't always gonna be like that, but at the same time, but at the same time, kindness goes a long way.
Yeah.
Um, you know, so that's that's what that's what I'll leave you with.
Well, thank you so much for joining me today.
Yeah. So yes, and thank you again for putting this together. Um, definitely please y'all like tune in for the rest of this as much as you can. Like this is honestly phenomenal. Like I saw the graphic and everything, and I was honestly blown away. Um, I really am blown away by so many things that like you know folks in the community put together. Because y'all have these amazing visions and insight on things that I'm always fascinated by. Um, and it's inspiring too in a way, you know. So and I again, y'all, thank you for thinking of me. You know, I really do appreciate that. Um, wish you all the best and things moving forward. Um, you know, like if you need anything from me, like I'll do what I can or point you to someone like you know who knows better than I do.
Mm.
Because I always try to support you know community when I can, especially when got a little surplus of students. It's rare, but when the students are in surplus,
Right.
then I'll be sure to make use of them. You know. But yeah, that's all I got. So thank you so much again, though.
Thank
Like for
you.
having me, I really do appreciate it.
Anytime.
Yeah, yeah. And be safe today. Hydrate.
Yes, you too, you
As much
too.
as you can. Like I know I need to. That's why I want to go fill that bottle because I'm looking at
Mm-hmm.
it and I'm like, I know I didn't fill that shit today. Like I know I didn't. So I'm like, I mean, actually, I gotta clean. Oh yeah, clean. If I have reusable water bottles, we should have cleaning them.
Oh my god,
Please
yes,
clean them.
clean your emotional
Yes,
support water
clean
bottles,
your.
please.
Yes, please clean them. Don't be. I don't know what be growing on there. What y'all don't know. Osmosis Jones is not real. He ain't gonna come save you. So
Osmosis Jones.
okay. So make sure you clean
Yeah.
your water bottles. Please clean
Mm-hmm.
them. Right? When you clean them bottles, I know for me sometimes I be. Yeah, I start smelling. I'm like I just like it don't smell right. I'm like, no, let me clean that right now. So
Yeah.
I'm just like, I'm serious. Like then that
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, I know I put deodorant on. I know it's not me that's smelling. so, so I'm like, yeah, no, for real, like, yeah, clean y'all water bottles, definitely. Um, but yeah, Cafe, thank you so much. I hope you have a phenomenal day, and also the chat too. I hope y'all have phenomenal days. All right,
I hope the rest of your month is
all
good.
right. Thank you. You too.
All
All
right.
right, bye.
Bye. I was about to mute my mic. I always, if I get off a call, I auto like mute my mic and push it away, and I forgot that I was live for a second. That's so funny. uh, Thank you all for hanging out today. Oh, Wonder, thank you so much for lurking. I'm sorry that it's been really hot in your room. I hope you're keeping cool as much as you can. I'm gonna give another shout out and stuff. Thank you so much for joining again today. We appreciate you so much. Thank you so much for all the chats and for your insight and things. I feel really honored that so many people. Ebony, thank you for gifting us sub to see. Thank you so much. That's so sweet. But I'm so appreciative that so many people want to like come hang out and share perspectives and stuff and talk about, you know, important things. Ebony, please. Thank you for gifting us up to River as well. That is so kind. You didn't have to do that. That's so kind. Thank you. But yes, please, everybody make sure that you are following Ebony. Both on Twitch and on Twitter. And send them all of the love and support. You get the gay cacti now. Oh yes, the gyroids, yeah. Yeah, they're so cute. Thank you again so much for joining us today, Ebony. And thank you all for hanging out for the chats. I hope you all enjoyed. I know I did. It's been nice to be able to hear from different people and have cool, fun, informative discussions together. I love learning things, so I'm always more than open to hearing about experiences and perspectives and learning things. And I'm glad that you all feel the same way. I'm gonna look for somebody for us to raid while we wind down here. I love the gyroids so much. They're literally my favorite thing ever. They're so cute. Let's go raid Margarita. She's doing some co-working. That feels like a good vibe. We'll go raid Bree, she, they pronouns. I'll be back tomorrow. I will be back at 3 p.m. Eastern tomorrow. Or no, sorry. Is it 3? No, I was thinking of a different day. I'll be back at 1 p.m. Eastern tomorrow. for Fortnite with Darmo, Emery, and Wonder, and then at 6 p.m. Eastern tomorrow, I will be hanging out with Danny, Peachy Daniel, for just chatting. So Fortnite at 1, just chatting at 6 Eastern tomorrow. So double day tomorrow. Double day tomorrow. I don't know if I'll have a break in between them. At least half an hour probably break. I don't know if I'll like end stream and restart. It depends on when we end the first collab. But I'll figure it out. It's fine. I'll figure it out tomorrow. I don't know. But thank you all so much for hanging out today. I appreciate you. Excuse me. Oh my god. Brunei, hope that your meeting was good. Alright, we're gonna go raid Margarita. I appreciate you. Thank you all so much for being here. Go raid. Oh, thank you for throwing the raid messages out. Yes, feel free to copy paste one of the raid messages. There's one with my emotes and one with universal emotes, whichever you would prefer. Thank you all again for hanging out. I'll see y'all tomorrow for day 5 of Pride, and then I have Thursday off actually. So after tomorrow I will have a day off. The only days I have off this month are the 6th and the 19th. So I do have 2 days off. But yeah, I'll see you tomorrow. Shellfish. Yeah, Shellfish, congrats. Break. I'll be reading a book all day, so there's that. I have to read my book for my books with pals stream with Bella. I really gotta get cracking on that book before the 14th, so I'll probably be spending all of Thursday reading. But yeah, I'll see you tomorrow if I see you. If not, I'll see you when I see you. Everybody please take care of yourselves, be kind to yourselves. Make sure that you all stay hydrated and stay cool out there. It's very hot in very many places, so please stay cool. Take care of yourselves. I see you next time. Okay, goodbye.